victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. Sound, the Lord says it is done. Sound, the Lord says it is done. Sound, amanda, rata, deda, baka, sanda. For I hear victory, 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 victory. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the quarters of heaven. In the quarters of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For I hear the sound of victory. 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 I hear the sound. The Lord says it is done.
Alright, suckers and suckettes, let me hurry up and start this motherfucker. Thanks for waiting. Appreciate it. What's up? Vish E in the motherfucker. What's up, everybody? Lots of shit going on in the news today, most of which I'm not even aware of, so we're probably not going to cover most of it. Really quick, before I make some runs and I leave you guys with J Flash to play some video games and shit, we're going to check out Tim Pool's bullshit and his retardation, because man, this guy, I don't know about this nigga sometimes, but he had me dying. So let's see. What up, Karen?
Karen in the house.
What's up? You'll be back in the Flash? That was good. I guess probably Prop and Anthony were here earlier. But anyway, yeah, this fool Tim Pool. Let's watch the beginning of this shit. And if you guys, man, you guys have any more right-wing freakouts or even left-wing ones, just send them my way. This shit is fucking fuego. Like, I knew it'd be bad, but these lunatics are really, they're really showing out. Showing out this year. Oh, Karen said you just woke up. You're fit. Oh, thank you. You're my favorite too, Karen. All the other Karens are basic bitches. Karen M's the only bad bitch. No. Alright, let's see. So here's this fucker. Tim Pool, dude. Just looking at him makes me laugh. I gotta turn the volume up over here. You guys should be able to hear. Is the audio good, Karen? Just let me know if there's anything abnormal going on. This is gonna be real quick. Then some video games, whatever. I'm so pissed. I got on right when Slow News Day started, and they're my favorite show. I was gonna watch them. Some things came up, but anyway, let's jump into it. And
of State said just today there will be a smooth transition into a second Trump administration, confident that once all of the legal votes are counted and the illegal votes that dilute your vote are discounted, Donald Trump will be the president.
So, bravo. A major prophecy breaking from Tim Pool. Very profound. And who could have foresaw that after his crushing defeat, he'd somehow, grab victory from the jaws of that and become a two-term president. I didn't ever think it possible. But, I mean, if Tim Pool's saying it, it must be true. I mean, 1, he's got a beanie. 2, he's got like a mustache thing going on. 3, he's got, the fuck, 1.19 million subscribers. So he must know what the fuck he's talking about. So I'm just going to, zip my little peasant mouth and let him say more genius things while I draw this fucking picture.
Right now, we are in a propaganda war. Governments are built upon confidence of their people, and make no mistake, what we are watching is a struggle for power. I'm not going to tell you who is right or wrong, but I will tell you, based on the information you receive, you will likely draw that conclusion. The left, of course, is being inundated with story after story about President-elect Joe Biden from the mainstream media. However, right-wing individuals tend not to trust the mainstream media, and they get their news from conservative news outlets or right-wing outlets. Now, certainly there are some right-leaning outlets that have basically said, Trump, it's just about over, and even mocked him. There is still a massive media apparatus that exists through social media and other smaller websites saying straight up, we've got evidence of fraud. Now, the propaganda war. New York Times is saying, look at all of this misinformation. Uh-oh. People pointed out those stories of fraud are actually true. Well, we know they're true, but the way they're being framed. Look, I think in all likelihood, this ends with a Joe Biden presidency, because that seems to be the most, normal outcome.
I don't know. I'm calling bullshit, dude. No way there's enough fraud Like, didn't Trump get, like, crushed in, like, Nevada and all these other fucking places? What are they trying to claim, that it was just all bullshit, all the mail-in ballots? You know, they were just played up, you know? It was just all bullshit. It was Biden's secret police, you know, multiplying votes and shit and counting dead people. I don't buy it. You know, it makes all the fucking sense in the world. This idiot lost. Jives with everything else I've been seeing. It made all the sense in the world when Trump won against Hillary, because she was so fucking corrupt. And then these idiots to go and want to blame it on Russia or whatever the fuck. What are the right wingers blaming it on? The Democrats? Everyone's got their fucking boogeyman. And I don't deny, like, the elections aren't run, you know, on the up and up. The Democratic primaries were a fucking joke. You know, coin toss Pete and fucking Bernie losing Iowa on top of just the bullshit Obama pulled with having everybody quit and fucking endorse Biden. You know, just stacking it against Bernie. You know, all that shit's very real. This shit, though, once it gets to the general election, it's a little bit harder to rig this shit, man. So I'm not really sure. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck Tim is smoking, dude. Like, all the fucking shadow rigging in the world ain't gonna save Trump, alright? You're a fucking buffoon. You thought Trump was really gonna win the whole time. You were like all these other losers on the right wing. And now you've got egg and cum all over your fucking face. And you want to save face, but you can't. So we're 4 days in, you still got 1.19 million subscribers. You can do okay. You don't gotta bullshit and fucking jive and dance your way out of it, Tim. You could face like a man for once. Like, whoops, guess we fucked up. At least we've got the Senate and the House. Move on from that, but you can't, dude. You gotta go on these crazy fucking conspiratorial tirades like, Pompeo says that Trump's he's gonna do a second term. Oh, it's not over yet. I'm Tim.
But I can't tell you for sure. Lawsuits are underway, and to act like this is going to be a clean sweep would be ridiculous. The GOP is now starting to form ranks behind Trump. 2020 business, thus should be disqualified, mostly because there were no observers to check whether they were legit or not, thus they're spoiled.
Yeah, I didn't mean to skip around there. I lost my train of thought, but just let him go.
And we have the media just saying over and over and over, President-elect Joe Biden, trying to get us back to that normalcy from the previous elections, where the transition teams would form and then the president-elect would just come in because the media called it. But my friends, the media isn't the arbiter of an election. The certification process is. I think it's fair to say that because we are in a hotly polarized and contested election cycle where neither candidate won overwhelmingly, we need to calm down, not call this for Joe Biden or otherwise, and make it to the certification process once we've gone through everything. And guess what? Real Clear Politics is saying just that. The election should not have been called for Joe Biden. Why was it, in my opinion? It is a propaganda war. Not that I'm saying it's a grand conspiracy or anything, but you have journalists that work...
Yeah, no, it's not a conspiracy, guys. Come on. He's not crazy or anything to think that Trump, you know, got fucking cheated out of the election. No. He's saying... Well, I don't know what the fuck he's saying. It sounds like he's just spouting off conspiracy theories to me. Unless I'm hearing him wrong. He sounds completely fucking bonkers, but whatever.
Work in this industry saying, that's it, the AP called it, this is a fact, and I refuse to believe otherwise. There is a clash over what is truly real. In the end, the winner of this election is going to be the person that convinces enough people to get behind them. And that, my friends, is a really scary prospect. But I'll tell you, Joe Biden's got the massive multinational...
No, dipshit. The winner of the election is Joe Biden because the race is over. Okay? You lost. I lost. The world lost. Everyone lost. Okay? There were losses all around. You can either face reality like a fucking man and a human being, or you can continue living in your little delusional fantasy where Trump, he's still got one more Trump, you know, he's still got like one more ace up his sleeve, man. He's still got one more fucking master plan, 4D chess, and all this other bullshit. You've created this fucking cult of personality, building up Donald Trump into this giant strong man in your twisted, fucked up beanie head. All right, and now it's all fading away, and you don't know what to do. You can't even fucking handle it because you're so dependent on daddy's fucking father's milk. Okay, it's time to get off Trump's teat and just move on. You know, try being your own man, Tim, instead of waiting for a bunch of white right-wing psychopaths and power mongers to come and save you and lower your taxes or whatever's going wrong in your life. You feel you have to do this shit.
National media complex. He's got big media, big business, big tech, all of that stuff behind him. And the official results came in from the AP, and as we traditionally do, that's typically how we determine who the winner is. But I'll tell you, this is going to be a tough one, because I'm reading all of this news, and there's no longer a shared reality at all. Like, we could agree on certain facts, but at this point, it is just absolute insanity.
Isn't it ironic? The only thing that me and him can agree on is that, yeah, he's living in a completely different reality. We can agree on that, fuck ass. Jesus Christ.
Conspiracies are starting to pop up. We'll see how things play out. But let me read for you the news, and I'll go through exactly what's going on. And we'll get started with what Mike Pompeo said about there's going to be a second Trump administration. Before we get started, head over to timcast.com/donate.
Like, are you really saying this? Like, just so... like, you don't think Pompeo was maybe saying that a little bit tongue in cheek? You really couldn't catch that, Tim? I thought I was fucking autistic. Look, good Lord, man.
If you would like to...
And if you guys haven't seen the video, we'll check it out just to confirm that Pompeo, in fact, wasn't planning a coup on Trump or whatever the fuck Tim was reading into there.
Support my work. There's a P.O. box.
No one wants to buy your shit.
Show you exactly what's going on and be as real and honest as possible about this whole circumstance. If you go to many right-wing channels, you'll probably just hear Trump was, there's fraud, there's impropriety, Trump won, they stole the election. I'm hearing conspiracies about people's maiden names and about dead people voting and stuff. The dead people voting thing does seem to be legit.
Oh, you haven't seen it, Karen? We'll go ahead and watch that really quick. Hold on. I'll let him talk while I...
There's several instances of circumstantial evidence of that being the case. Anyway, the point is, now, I'm not trying to impugn anyone's honor here, but I'm going to show you mainstream narrative. Constitutional crisis, Trump is trying to steal the election, he's lost, there's no way he can win. And Trump supporters and conservatives, the election is being stolen. Stop the steal, they say. I'll do my best, but if you think I do a good job, please consider sharing this video. Don't forget to like, subscribe.
All right, okay, we're gonna watch the video real quick, and we'll go back to Tim's immaculate arguments about Trump's second, third, and hopefully fourth term. I hope he never leaves, but you know, I guess Trump's got to die sometime.
Currently preparing to engage with the Biden transition team, and if not, at what point does a delay hamper a smooth transition or pose a risk to national security?
It's cracking. Gray Walker, welcome. We're just watching Mike Pompeo's about to announce Trump's second term as president. So we're so lucky to have them both.
There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. All right, we're ready. The world is watching what's taking place here. We're going to count all the votes. When the process is complete, there'll be electors selected. There's a process. The Constitution lays it out pretty clearly. The world should have every confidence that the transition necessary to make sure that the State Department is functional today, successful today, and successful with the president who's in office on January 20th, a minute afternoon, will also be successful.
Okay, so there you go. I'll rewind
Hamper a
it one
smooth
more time just so you can see. He like immediately laughs as soon as he talks about the second. He chuckles as soon as he talks about the second Trump term. It's obviously a joke, but in case you'd see it again.
Transition or pose a risk to national security.
There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. All right, we're ready. The world is watching what's taking place here. We're going to count all the votes. When the process is complete, there'll be electors selected. There's a process. The Constitution lays it out pretty clearly. The world should have every confidence that the transition necessary to make sure that the State Department is functional today, successful today, and successful with the president who's in office on January 20th, a minute afternoon, will also be successful.
Yeah, so there you go. If you're not an idiot, you can obviously tell he's joking. But if you're Tim Pool, well, that's an entirely different story.
Hit the notification bell. Here's the first story. Many people are wondering why Pompeo said this. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo battled reporters over President Trump's refusal to accept the results of the presidential election, predicting there will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration, despite the fact that Joe Biden is the projected winner of the race. My friends, this is what I mean by propaganda war. Take a look. Joe Biden is the projected winner. Why would they say accept the results if the results are not in? Okay. In 2016, when Donald Trump was the projected winner at the end of the night, and it was very close, ridiculously close, by about 80,000 votes in many states, Hillary Clinton could have called for a recount in some of these places. She didn't do it. Honestly, I don't know why. She might have done a recount. I'm not entirely sure. But within 48 hours...
Tim, I'm gonna enlighten your simple little head. Hillary Clinton didn't ask for a recount because they're all in the same goddamn club. And at the end of the day, Trump was doing her bidding and the bidding of all the elites, okay? They pretend to fuss and fight and bicker amongst each other, but it's only about, petty, shallow shit, dude. It's never really about anything deep. Every once and now and again, someone will hit below the belt and bring up somebody's kids or they'll find Hunter Biden smoking crack or meth or whatever. And it seems to get really real. But at the end of the day, Tim, it's all just fucking theater. Okay? To distract idiots like you. That's why Hillary Clinton didn't contest it. I know you'll never believe me because you can never fathom this. But whatever, I tried.
Trump was meeting with Obama, was in the White House, and they had conceded the race. Even though I think Trump won state, I think by 0.2%. Some very, very small margin, they conceded. Many people are saying, see, that's what, the Obama administration, or Hillary Clinton conceded and the Obama administration had this meeting with Trump, whereas right now, Trump is actually saying no to transition. They're saying, look what happens when it's the Democrats to Trump. They say, we're going to work with you. Now that it's Trump, Trump's saying no. Okay. And 2016 was a very, very close race. I think it's a fair point. I'm not going to pretend that Trump is a man of great moral character. He's a dude who said, I win, and on election night declared himself the victor. And now in 2020, when it's looking for Joe Biden, Trump says, no, I'm going all the way, baby. This is why people probably voted for Trump. He's not going to roll over. He's going to fight to the bitter end. I'm sure right now his base is loving that he's fighting, saying he might not win. It's probably looking good for Joe Biden, but they want Trump to go down swinging. And oh boy, is he ever. Of course, they keep saying the results are in, but they're not in. Real Clear Politics doesn't even show us the results. They show us there's no completed results. As of right now, Real Clear Politics, which is an aggregator of a variety of polls and information, does not even have Joe Biden as the projected winner. And they ran an op-ed saying the media should not have called this race. And they ran this today. Okay. Maybe the media normally does just call races and then we all just agree that's the case, but that doesn't mean it's the way it always has to be. And this is what I think is happening with Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is breaking the norms and rules of what the establishment elites expected. I remember I was actually outside this building in D.C. I can't remember where it was. When Trump started, after he won, he met with leadership of the Republican Party. How much you want to bet? Here's my thoughts, just my opinion. that Trump sat down with the establishment Republicans and other, politicos, and they said, okay, here's the plan. Here's how we normally do things. Here's what we expect of you. And Trump went, no, I'm the president now. I'm going to do things my way. That makes a whole lot of sense if you think about what kind of person Donald Trump is. So thus, the establishment is completely against him. But it goes into what I was saying.
So Donald Trump, this is what you want me to believe, Timothy. You want me to believe that Donald Trump, he's just such, a cool rebel or whatever, going against the establishment, and that's why they're all hating on him. That's such bullshit. If anything, if that's what Trump did as soon as he got in office, it just makes him a brat if he did it like that. At the very least, you should be surrounding yourself with experts at that stage who you're not really gonna disagree with on most things at any rate. But if at every fucking turn you're like, no, I want to do this and that, and it's not important, like, you're not telling your generals to fuck off when they want to start another war, there's probably something wrong. And it doesn't automatically, like, it doesn't make him cool. It doesn't mean like, oh, he's a bad boy, that's why the media hates him. Maybe that's what you want to think in your head, but it's just another fucking fantasy. There's nothing cool about this man. He doesn't really have a rebellious bone in his body, except when it comes to like maybe paying taxes. Then he's willing to break the rules and shit. And rules of like polite decorum, maybe. When he just grabbed him by the pussy, assuming that he wasn't just trying to sound cool to whoever the fuck he was talking to, and he actually does that. To that extent, I guess he's rebelling a little bit, but politically, no, he's not a rebel. He's not doing anything cool. He's not thinking outside the box. The zaniest idea that he's ever had was building that piece of shit crappy wall. And look how that worked out. That idiotic fucking anti-idea. I don't know what Tim sees when he looks at Donald Trump, dude. But whatever it is, it's giving him a really, really hard erection.
You might get Hillary Clinton saying, okay, I've lost, we'll try again later. Of course, instead of trying to challenge the results to the Electoral College, she just accused him of being a Russian spy for 4 years. Sure, I guess Hillary Clinton went down swinging, but she stayed swinging even when she's on the ground. Anyway, I digress. Let's read more from Pompeo.
Read the chat real quick. Gray Walker says both the populist left and right agree on regime change, wars, drug wars, surveillance state, etc. That's so true. They're all in it together. Usually when bipartisan is brought up in politics these days, it's almost always a bad thing. Because that means some fucked up bipartisan bill is going to pass on drugs to make drugs more illegal or something. That's why we've had to like pass all this shit ourselves through direct ballot initiatives. Or when it comes to the wars, it's always bipartisan agreement on that. Or taking away our freedom and surveillance state. Exactly, Gray Walker. Let me see. And he said the left, right, divide is being used to hide this split. Yeah, basically, they just use it to, divide people up on bullshit. Anything but class. They don't want you, dividing up based on how much you're making or class, because they know at the end of the day that they'd be outnumbered. But as long as you're dividing people equally based on race or gender or something that can create a bunch of, a million different teams all at each other's throats, then they've got it made at that point. Let's continue.
He said, quote, "There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration." Pompeo replied with a smile. "We're ready. The world is watching what's taking place. We're going to count all the votes. When the process is complete, there'll be electors selected. There's a process. The Constitution lays it out pretty clearly. The world should have every confidence that the transition necessary to make sure that the State Department is functional today and successful with a president who's in office on January 20th, a minute after noon, will be successful." Well, here's how NBC News is phrasing it. In appeasing Trump, The GOP toys with a constitutional crisis. First read is your briefing from Meet the Press. They say, in 2016, Donald Trump won Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin by a combined 77,000 votes. In 2020, Joe Biden won those same three states by a combined 214,000. He's on track for an identical victory, 306 electoral votes. While it's easy to dismiss the refusal of the last gasp of Trumpism, Republicans trying to appease the president one last time before he exits the White House, it also feels close to a country stumbling into a constitutional crisis. Consider, the top Trump appointee at the General Services Administration has yet to recognize the incoming Biden administration, denying it transition funding and personnel access. Attorney General William Barr issued a memo to federal prosecutors to investigate substantial allegations of voter fraud before the election results are certified, which led to the Justice Department's head election crimes prosecutor to resign in protest. GOP Senators David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, both likely headed to runoffs in Georgia on January 5th, called for the state's Republican Secretary of State to resign for election failures and mismanagement, but didn't cite specifics. And Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell recognized the Republican Party's victories, but not Biden's. So far, only 4 Republican senators, Mitt Romney, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, and Ben Sasse, have congratulated Biden and recognized the election results. That's it. Trump lost, but most Republicans are still acting like they're afraid of him. Trump lost, NBC says. That's the news. Trump didn't lose yet. Now, this is all about perspective, and that's why I was talking about propaganda and confidence. If everybody just walks away believing, look, we saw the results, Trump lost, then Trump has no ability to fight. But if people are saying, like Mitch McConnell, the election results have not been certified, then nobody lost anything. You see, typically, maybe Hillary Clinton says, okay, that was the gist of the race, I'm not going to push it any further. But Trump has constitutional and legal access, legal means to challenge this.
Yeah, I don't know. It ain't looking too good for Trump. Like, he can throw as big a hissy fit as he wants. I think we all know how this is going to end. Now, on Trump's side, that judge he appointed to the Supreme Court, that could work out well in his favor. So, he definitely has, I don't know, I don't want to say a path, but he's got recourse, sure, he can challenge the system, but I think the ending's ultimately the same. The only thing he's going to do is just rile up his base, and idiots and dimwits like Tim here into thinking that he has a shot. It's pretty much the only thing he can get accomplished at this point. But just delay the inevitable Biden transition. This isn't like fucking this isn't like fucking Bolivia where they fucked with the election or anything. The United States came in. It's pretty obvious that Biden just managed to eke one out, man, as we say. He squeezed one out. But I don't know if there's any actual malfeasance going on. I guess I'm mildly curious to see how much of an effect that had, but I'm not worried about it. There's rigging and cheating going on in every election, and the better cheater won. All right, it was Biden.
I see some Democrats posting things like, it's so weird that Trump won't concede. It's all going to end soon. Kind of scary that he could even consider it, right? If you underestimate your opponent, don't be surprised when you lose.
Our military heroes' courage and bravery give greater...
Sorry about that. Timmy's got to get paid. We skipping this ab, Timmy.
I feel like it's a Joe Biden victory. Even if what Trump is claiming with mail-in...
That's right, Anthony, the globalists. The globalists are coming. Holy shit. All right.
And ballots, trying to disqualify, I think it's 630,000 or so ballots in Pennsylvania. They could go after mail-in ballots based on this argument in many different states. I'm not entirely convinced that the Supreme Court or the courts will uphold this, but I gotta tell you, it seems extremely obvious. Here's the argument. I talked about it earlier this morning. Bush v. Gore. all votes must be treated equally. If mail-in ballots have less security features, and they do, they have no chain of custody, well, then you got a serious constitutional crisis already. And it was because the Democrats changed the rules, the door is open. I've been sitting here reading the news and thinking, how insane is it that we used to have two different, I guess you call them different versions of reality, as it were. Trump is not that bad, or Trump is good, versus Trump is evil. But there was an overlap. We agreed for the most part on many key things, but we just had difference of opinions. Now, there's no overlap at all. I'm looking at these stories, and NBC is like President-elect Joe Biden announced a new COVID task force. Then I look over at right-wing outlets, and they're like, or I'll look at Real Clear Politics. The race is not over.
Dude, it's so funny just watching Tim Pool's awakening out of his right-wing bubble. Yeah, you do get your news from fucked up sources. We've seen where you get your sources, Tim. And they're not really reliable, and you're starting to see that for the first time, and it's not adding up. You're not understanding why this is. Well, I'm telling you why. You've been living in a dream world, Neo. Okay, time to wake the fuck up, dude. And it might still be a little too early right now, but eventually it's gonna come to light which side is actually right and which one's just been bullshitting. At least. News outlet and media wise, okay, because whichever one is telling you that Trump is gonna win and that it's not over and that he has a chance, they're the ones yanking your chain and bullshitting you. That's the side you should probably stop listening to. To be fair, there's a whole lot of sides you should stop listening to, and not a whole lot that are actually worth investing your time in. To be fair, it's kind of hard, but it's not that damn hard. And it's not that damn hard to see that wherever you're getting your sources from, they're completely fucked in the head and unreliable, yeah? If they're this goddamn wrong, consistently and constantly, and you're basically part of the problem easily, you're like the epitome of like bad fake ass news, basically. Oh God, Timmy, what are we gonna do with you, boy?
I tell you this is where things get scary. The media should not have called this race Real Clear Politics, and Real Clear Politics didn't call the race. So how is it? AP, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, NBC, CBS, all of these outlets have called it for Joe Biden. Real Clear Politics has not, and they have said the race should not have been called yet. This is the issue. Real Clear Politics is an extremely popular website for politicos and people, for people tracking politics. It is not some fly-by-night right-wing clickbait rage blog where they're like, oh, those dang commies. No, this is a particularly prominent news aggregator and political website tracking polls and creating an aggregate that people cite all the time. The RCP average is considered by many people to be a good standard for averaging out polls. And they're saying, shouldn't have called this one. The point is, you might say that Real Clear Politics is biased. Fine. But if I look to them and they say the race isn't over, I look to NBC and they say, oh, yes, it is. We've got a shocking, fractured reality. If you're someone who watches or reads...
That's literally all he could say about it. It's like, well, one side's saying one thing and the other saying another. And man, I don't know, man. It's like something's not adding up. Somebody's wrong. Somebody's wrong somewhere. I don't know who. I don't know what's going on, but somebody's wrong. I can tell you that much. I'm certain of that one thing. That's all you know, Tim, is that someone's wrong and that people have different opinions on shit. Then what fucking good are you? Because I can tell you right now, as someone who didn't go to journalism school and isn't that well studied or versed in any of this shit, Biden won, it's over, you're crazy. Spoiler alert. Stop listening to Brightbird or what the fuck were you saying? Whatever that new shit. You said like 18 million times. I wasn't paying attention though, because you're not really that engaging, Tim. I'm sorry. And your mustache is hard to look at. Alright. You've got sexy eyes though. So at least you've got that going for you, man.
Conservative news, then for the most part, the race isn't over. And if you're somebody who watches mainstream media, you can't understand why the Cheeto dictator won't just stop. He's lost. The results are in. They're not in. And thus, that's why I say propaganda war. Let me show you something. You'll enjoy it. Kevin Roose of the New York Times, I know him personally, not like I'm friends with him or anything. He says, Facebook is absolutely teeming with right-wing misinformation right now. These are all among the 10 most engaged URLs on the platform of the last 24 hours, per NewsWhip data. The first story. Republican in Michigan goes from loser to winner after technical glitch fixed. Officials urge confidence in system. That's a true story. AG William Barr authorizes DOJ to look into voting irregularities. Absolutely true, from Breitbart. Michigan legislature holds rare emergency session to investigate election irregularities. Also a true story. Perdue and Loeffler call on Georgia Secretary of State to resign over election, from Breitbart. As you know, that was in the NBC News story I just read. True. Misinformation, says New York Times' Kevin Roose. He is, I believe he's a tech columnist for the New York Times. For the conservatives who are mad about this, yes, it is possible for a story to be factually accurate and for it to be part of a misinformation campaign aimed at undermining confidence in an election. This is the propaganda war. People like Kevin Roose. He once wrote a story about YouTube, saying that it turned this unsuspecting conservative into a far-right. Oh, wait, actually, if you read the story, it turned a conservative, a traditional conservative, into a liberal. That was the actual story. They were trying to create a narrative about YouTube turning people radical, and instead, if you actually read it, it's like, I used to watch conservative videos, and then I got exposed on YouTube to liberal videos, and now I'm a liberal. That's the story. On the front page on their website, it showed Philip DeFranco. You know who Philip DeFranco is? Middle-of-the-road general news show on YouTube, long-standing for over a decade. His show is very, very, I would actually say, mainstream in many capacities. In fact, probably left-leaning. They had him on the graphic, and there was this, the way they built it was that if you scroll down, it was like I was being radicalized until there was only, one left, and then it shows Philip DeFranco as if to imply he was radicalizing him. They said it was an error, and they changed it, and I think they made it Stefan Molyneux or something. But the point is, the New York Times pumps out this fake news all the time. And here's what he says. We need a better word than misinformation to distinguish between totally false...
So is this your point, Tim? Like the New York Times, they pump out fake news. So obviously Breitbart must be telling the truth, right? Is that your critical thinking skills, or are you just trying to convince us? Or are you trying to convince yourself? Because honestly, it looks like you're having a mental breakdown. It looks like you're trying to hide it, but I can see the cracks appearing, my friend, and it ain't pretty. So yeah, the New York Times, they bullshit. Everyone who hasn't been asleep and isn't a total hack like you, they know that. All right, but everyone's not running to Breitbart, okay, and fucking in InfoWars just because fucking the New York Times, they're bought off by whatever fucking corporation bought them out a long time ago. So I don't know. How about just trusting your eyes, man? Trusting your ears? Getting sources that aren't completely bought off and paid for, and don't have like financial skin in the game, and maybe can afford to be a little objective. I don't know, just the fucking suggestion.
Stories and true stories that are published in service of an attempt to mislead people. But nobody who studies this stuff is confused by what's happening. These people are lying. This is their attempt at propaganda. These stories are real. There was a politician who thought he lost. He gets a phone call saying...
Sorry, Gray Walker, I'm fucking lagging on the chat. He said, curious how many third-party votes were flipped that's not being checked for. Yeah, 'cause I know I voted third party. I didn't vote for any of those clowns. And, God knows they did with my vote. They're not really talking about those guys right now. It's Biden's time to shine, and time to crap on Trump. So the little guys get kind of overlooked. But yeah, I think it's a tiny chance that he come back. Yeah, I mean that would be weird if he came back from all this. The country wouldn't take kindly to it. It would be like the worst thing ever. If somehow the fucking Supreme Court was like, you know what? And now that we've reviewed the votes and counted in each county and then tallied it up, I guess Trump did win enough electoral votes for a second term. Sorry, Biden. You got to move your shit out. I know you just got in there. It was your first day, but yeah, I don't think the country would take that in stride. It'd be fucking yeah. I think it would be hell, dude. We'd be like a powder keg at that point. But yeah, I don't think it looks good for Trump though.
Actually, there was a glitch. He actually won by 1,000 votes. And he went, oh, I wasn't even going to call for a recount, he says. William Barr is authorized looking into voter fraud. It happened. These things are happening. To act like they're not is just irresponsible. We also have, in terms of general warfare outside of this, the Lincoln Project is going after the people supporting Trump in this regards. This is why I say war. But let me read. The Lincoln Project received a tweet. These are the anti-Trump Republicans. Go after clients. Hit them in the billings. The Lincoln Project published the contact information and email addresses for 2 lawyers working for the Trump campaign right now to sue for a legal path to victory. The Lincoln Project says make them famous and publishes their, well, it is public contact information, but they directed a brigade that got 10 plus thousand retweets, I think 12,000 or more. Now they're saying they're going to go after the law firm's clients. This is not just about propaganda. That's why I say it's a propaganda war. Okay, maybe I'm being hyperbolic, but here's my point.
Sorry about the commercial, guys. Tim is highly, highly monetized, and I do not have Google or YouTube. Was it YouTube Prime? Whatever the fuck it was. YouTube Premium. Lost that. So yeah, I'm gonna skip that. What did Tim just say? Something about being hyperbolic, as usual. But I mean, that's how he gets paid. Then he plays it off. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little hyperbolic, but I think this could lead to war and just mass death. And I don't know. Because I know that the odds are against him, but I think that Trump could come back and can get another term. Maybe. Miracles exist. God's real, right? So fuck it, eh? I don't know. I don't know what his thought process is. I think at the end of the day, he just wants to get paid. And you can tell there's a part of him that really wants to leave that door open to the left too. Like he's too afraid to shut it, but he's so stupid that he thinks that the people on the right are like ethically, that they're ethically just and justified and shit,
Thank God.
But they're not. The right wing, they're more likely to pay. So I guess that's how he sees it.
Taibbi, who said the most lied about president in history, and what did he say? The president that lies.
The Brave browser. Yeah, I've heard about Brave. I might check it out.
The most,
definitely,
but also the most lied about president. Why is that? Because we are in a cold civil war. I said it. There it is. Look, right now you got.
Yeah, he couldn't help himself. I mean, that's all these right-wingers got these days. It's like Trump is cool, and I don't want him to leave, and we should have a civil war, and there should be violence. Not that he's promoting it. I'm not going to accuse Tim of that, but he has to talk about it because it's what sells to that side. That's what they want to hear about. They want to hear about the upcoming war. It gets them excited. I think it's stupid. Just the entire concept of fighting for what? Who's in the fucking White House? What are we fighting over again? Like anyone dumb enough to just pick up arms against their fucking neighbor at this point with all the information we have about the ruling elite and what they're doing. You're fucking retarded. And maybe you should turn that gun on yourself if that's what gets your rocks off, or if that's like the main thing you're preparing for and gearing up for. I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with defending yourself, I guess, but I don't know. Some people live in abject paranoia, and it gets really sad.
At the Wall Street Journal, here's what they're saying. No evidence of systematic fraud in U.S. elections, International Observer mission reports. And this was a team of international observers invited by the Trump administration.
Said Gray said there's lots of provocateurs on the left too. If that's true, then it probably is. I don't see as many of them. But on the right, I feel like they can't go like 2 seconds without saying it. Just something about just the upcoming war. Some of them are really excited for it, and the others are less excited for it. The left, I feel like they're approaching it a completely different way. Just the people on the left that I've seen. I don't know. I don't really subscribe to a lot of the bigger channels. Like, I don't watch like TYT or Pac-Man or anything like that anymore. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But I mean, I believe you that I'm sure there's plenty of people on the left that are just as deranged as the fuckers on the right. No shortage of that going around, for sure. Content creators, you have plenty of chats. Yeah. Yeah, I believe you. And that's right, Karen. Paranoia will destroy them. Unless you're just high. Then the trick to that is to actually smoke more weed to get you unparanoid. It's counterintuitive, but it works. And I'm totally sober, by the way, maybe. FYI.
Issuing a preliminary report saying high marks to the conduct of the elections. International, however. Well, Trump, I think, isn't... He often does things that hurt him. Inviting these people in to assume fraud was a mistake, mostly because I don't think there is widespread voter fraud. I just don't. I think there's voter fraud, cheating, and irregularity, but I think for the most part we're looking for impropriety. We're looking at the fact that under Bush v. Gore, the ballots must be treated equally. Mail-in votes are not treated the same as in-person votes. If Trump prevails in that, he could win. But all that really matters at the end of any kind of political conflict like this is who trusts who. And here's the worrying part. Trump's not going to back down. His supporters won't back down. His media won't back down. And I should say, the media that supports him won't back down. And thus, there will be two versions of reality. This is one of the most dangerous things that could possibly happen. And this is what has me worried. I see the left saying there's no possibility for Trump to flip this, and they're saying it because it's a propaganda war.
I mean, I don't know what reality he's been living in, but yeah, there have been two sides, or two different narratives for a long fucking time, or two versions of reality, as he so eloquently puts it, for a while now. This isn't new. It didn't start when Biden got elected, which he got elected, Tim. All right, end of story for the most part. But, you know, get used to that. But the whole, oh yeah, those two versions of reality, like, yeah, it's been like that for a long fucking time. There's probably more versions than two. It's just you've barely waken up to it. It's a big world, man. And life is very subjective. So, I don't know, food for thought.
They want to make sure that everyone has confidence in what they're saying. Joe Biden wins. Unfortunately, they jumped the gun, and they should not have called this because it has to go to certification. Thus, they've created maximum uncertainty. It may be that we make it to December 14th, the date of Electoral College certification, and Donald Trump loses. And I think that's extremely likely. But I'll tell you, it is extremely dangerous, the game the media is playing. And they're playing ridiculous games. Let me show you one of my favorites. Aside from the fact they're all freaking out about Mike Pompeo, Vice.com writes, there's a hidden message for Trump in Boris Johnson's Joe Biden tweet. I kid you not. They said the words Trump, second term, and future are just about visible in a graphic tweeted out by Downing Street on Sunday. Did Boris Johnson of the UK send a secret message to Trump saying, you're going to win? There's going to be a second term. So Boris Johnson puts out this image. Congratulations to Joe Biden on his election as President of the United States, and to Kamala Harris on her historic achievement. The U.S. is our most important ally, and I look forward to working closely together on our shared priorities, from climate change to trade and security. Prime Minister Boris Johnson, 10. Okay, but if you strip out the back portion of this image, you can see faintly Trump, second term, and future. There's a really simple explanation for this. They were preparing a generic message, regardless of who won, and they had
All right, so I think we're about wrapped up on that one. For now, I got to run to the store real quick, but do not lament, because I'm going to leave you guys with this very kick-ass, in my opinion, video. Hold on. Let me pause it. And J Flash is going to play some video games for you as soon as let me see. Fix the camera here. So give me a sec. Shit, while I'm doing this shit, let me fucking put on a video. Whoops. Here we go. I'll put this on while I'm...
lifeexpectancy.com, and they actually gather data from various sources, from the WHO, from the CDC, and they actually look at a variety of ailments that would cause people to die, from heart disease and diabetes to HIV to suicides to car crashes. They kind of do all of that. So looking at just their influenza and pneumonia statistics, they show here, you can also see which countries are the worst off and which countries are the best off when it comes to deaths per, now they do it per 100,000. So interestingly, just looking at this right off the bat, it looks like that there are different rates per country when it comes to even influenza and pneumonia. And so then the question is, well, why? Why are there these different rates? Are some countries failing at their response to influenza, just like some countries are failing at their response to COVID? It's a good question. But one thing that also really caught my eye was actually the death rate. Now, this sort of goes into the question, the fact check claim of COVID or influenza is deadlier than COVID. And the answer to that is, it turns out when fact checking, and I'm going to show you here, is it depends. And yes, in some cases that is true. So for children, we know that influenza is deadlier than COVID because way more kids die of influenza each year than kids are dying of COVID. Influenza obviously affects children. COVID, yes, they can catch it. Yes, some children do die from it, but not nearly as many as influenza. So just from that, you could say, okay, well, COVID is deadlier depending, when they say influenza is deadlier than COVID, you could say, well, for who? For some demographics, that's true. But let's look country by country. When you look at this, it's interesting because you see, here's Nigeria, the number one hardest hit country when it comes to influenza deaths. They have 246 deaths per 100,000, not per million. Now, the other stats I was showing you when we look at these worldometers, worldometers.info, is per million, and this is per 100,000. So you need to multiply this number by 10, and that will give you the same number that as the coronavirus deaths per million. So Nigeria, look at this number here, 246 deaths per 100,000. So times 10, that's 2,460 per million. Now, the number one country when it comes to deaths per million for COVID is San Marino. Now, San Marino, or Peru, Belgium, like all of these countries here, have about 1,000 to 1,200 per million. That means influenza in Nigeria is twice as deadly than COVID is in the worst countries hit with COVID. That's interesting. It's twice as deadly for Nigeria, influenza. Now, Africa didn't get hit that hard with COVID. They haven't seen the big spikes in cases like in Nigeria. They were not seeing as much COVID. In fact, let's go ahead and look for Nigeria in the worldometers.
In just a few months, we've learned a lot more
About the COVID-19 virus.
It's real and it's dangerous.
So on behalf of all of us working on the front line,
I'm just going to go with calling it worldometers. Nigeria is 168th on the list. They had deaths per million, 6 deaths per million in Nigeria for COVID, compared to 2,460 deaths per million, 6 deaths per million, 2,460. Huge difference for Nigeria. So if you're in Nigeria, yes, influenza is actually way deadlier than COVID-19. And that could be said for the top, really, 20 countries when it comes to influenza. If you look at the death rates, Sierra Leone, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea, is that how you say that? Niger, I mean, I'm not going to embarrass myself by trying to pronounce all of these. I'm sorry. So I don't know I don't know the African continent well enough. That's embarrassing. I will work on that. But just look at the numbers right now. Let's pay attention to that. And you look, in order to get to that top country, San Marino, in order to hit that same number of 1,237. So we need to see 100 right. So what we need to see is 123 or 124. In order to see that on this list from world life expectancy, you've got to get all the way down to Central Africa, number 19, number 20. So you look, 20 countries on the list have higher death rates for influenza than the hardest hit country for COVID in the world. 20 countries harder hit with influenza. So for them, yes, influenza is much deadlier. And it's really interesting that these countries are all in Africa. Africa gets hit very hard every year with influenza. Influenza kills about 650,000 people a year. So 500,000 to 650,000 people annually die of influenza, most of them in Africa. And obviously with COVID, we're seeing way more deaths this year from COVID because the northern hemisphere is much more populated than the southern hemisphere. And the southern hemisphere is getting hit harder with influenza than the northern hemisphere. So COVID is kind of like the northern hemisphere illness. I mean, it definitely did also hit South America as well, but really went through Europe, obviously, went through North America. And South America, countries really getting hit hard that don't typically get hit as hard with influenza. So that's interesting that all of these countries that are hit really, really hard with influenza. Now, I know a lot of people say, for example, somebody said to me, well, Thailand is doing such a great job with COVID, but actually Thailand, when it comes to influenza. Now, the United States, let me just show you the United States influenza rate based on this worldlifeexpectancy.com, which they pulled this information from the WHO. So the United States is at 10.85 deaths per 100,000. So if you look at our population at that rate, that's putting it about 35,000 deaths for flu every year. It ranges. Some years it's higher than that. We've gone upwards to 70, 75,000, 80,000 deaths in a year from influenza. So this is kind of your average mild influenza year is 10.85. Interesting. I wonder if, that Nigeria number is also a mild flu for Nigeria. That's a lot of death. But the United States is down there at 10.85. And Thailand, on the other hand, somebody was kind of bringing this up, which is kind of what sparked me even looking into all of this. Thailand's at 47.82. So they're, 4 or 5 times greater as far as influenza deaths than the United States. So even look at Japan. In fact, where's Japan on this list? Let me just do a little search here for Japan's at double, a little over two times the United States, 24.28. Which countries were people saying did a really good job? I mean, you look at countries like Italy, Italy has only 6.03 people dying of influenza versus the United States at 10. So they're doing better than what the United States does. And, you kind of have to look at South Korea. Now, South Korea is one that people say, oh, they did such a great job with COVID. Here they are. They have double the flu death rate of the United States at 21 deaths per 100,000 versus the United States 10. So it's interesting that, first of all, that there is this difference in death rates for even influenza, and it makes you kind of wonder why. Is it response? Many of these countries have the same response we have to influenza, which is they get the flu vaccine and they've got Tamiflu, So if we're all doing the same thing and yet we have various different death rates because of influenza, we then have to ask our other questions as to why that might be. And that might lead us into more answers or better answers about why some countries, when it comes to COVID, have had a better response than others. All throughout Asia, they had different responses to COVID. Some of them did testing and tracing. Some of them did very little light lockdowns or no lockdowns. Like in Japan, they really didn't. They did recommendations. China did a heavy lockdown. You've got various different strategies. I mean, look at Thailand right now. They have mass protests going on all throughout Thailand. thousands and thousands of people swarming the streets, and yet they're not seeing the spikes in cases. So you have to ask yourself, why is that? And is there something more to it than just the country's response? And looking at the fact that there are various different influenza death rates, and yet there's a similar response throughout these countries when it comes to influenza, vaccinations, Tamiflu, it makes me think that there's maybe something more to it. Maybe it is more nutrition, overall health of the population, although Japan is healthier than the United States, and Japan has a higher influenza death rate. So maybe there's more to it. Maybe it's just that if a population, Mother Nature circulates viruses around, and she says, hey, listen, if your population is really vulnerable to one virus, you won't be so vulnerable to another virus. Something's going to come through and do what Mother Nature does. We don't get to live forever. And so maybe she says, hey, this is how this is going to go down. So it's really interesting. So that this whole idea when people say the flu is deadlier than COVID-19, I don't really know what context they mean when they say that. But when we look at these actual numbers, the answer is it depends. It does look to be deadlier for certain parts of the world for certain folks, and not so for others. So it can't be ignored. However, I think what's really interesting about this is Africa is very hard hit with influenza. We do not shut the world down for them at all. We say, you know what? Sorry, I guess you're just going to die from influenza. We have a lot of influenza death. Now, granted, again, like I said, populations are greater in the northern hemisphere. So obviously, even with a lower death rate, when you're infecting more of the population, you're going to see more death. But again, I personally think it's quite tragic that Africa is hit as hard as they are with influenza, and we don't even talk about it at all when we talk a lot about what's going on in European countries and in North America. Now, the second claim, and this kind of goes along, a lot of people are worried about influenza and worried about COVID and them together. The second claim is that the flu has disappeared. Where did the flu go? A lot of people are making the accusation that influenza cases and deaths are being lumped in with COVID cases and deaths. Now, I didn't believe this at first. In previous videos, if you've been watching this show, I said even before that COVID clearly looks like it has a 3 times the flu death rate. So when you're looking at, on average, let's say in the United States, if we have 60,000 deaths in a bad flu year, 60 or 70,000 deaths in a bad flu year, and then you've got COVID, which is 3 times as deadly. Now you're looking at 200,000 COVID deaths. And then on top of that, what I was thinking is that you would then also have that an additional 50 or 60 influenza deaths. And I think that's what a lot of experts are worried about, right? They're worried about this, oh no, we've got this death toll from COVID on top of a death toll we already have from influenza. Looking at this further, it looks like, again, the claim that influenza disappeared. And now why is, I don't know. I'm going to put that out there right now. I do not know. But it does look like that is somewhat true. Now, the flu didn't fully disappear, but let's go ahead and look at, this is from The Economist. They've got this article out here, the Southern Hemisphere skipped flu season in 2020. Here's looking at Argentina. Now, the way these graphs are put together is the light pink is previous influenza seasons from 2015 through 2019 and the different years you can see. And then the dark red is 2020's influenza season. So look at Argentina. You've got normal flu years, some worse than others. Some are mild, some are not so mild. But look at 2020's influenza season. It is extremely low, and then it flatlines. Now look at Australia, same thing. You've got previous years, you can see kind of a common. Some flu seasons are mild, some are more severe, but 2020 has a slight, kind of does what every flu season seems to do in Australia at the beginning, but then it goes down and flatlines. That's odd. That is not normal. Look at Chile, same thing. Goes up a little and then flatlines. New Zealand, totally flat. Here's Paraguay. Look at this one. It almost is totally flat. It kind of goes up a little bit and then it flatlines, like there's no influenza throughout April, May, June, July. There's just nothing. Same thing in South Africa. It goes up a little bit and then flatlines. In fact, it flatlines through the season when they would have influenza the most. When you're looking at some of these countries, they would get influenza in the summer. If you go back and look at Australia here, you've got January, February, March, April. Now, they should be getting their flu June, July, August, September. Nothing. Flatlined. It was gone. So the claim that influenza disappeared, kind of true. The question is why? I do want to show you what's going on here in the United States because we're now in flu season. So it is November. Flu season starts October. They count flu season October 1st or end of September all the way through the end of May. However, the peak season for influenza in the United States is December, January, February. So we're not in that peak season yet, so it's too early to tell. But I want to show you what's going on right now in the United States because it's interesting. Here's from the CDC. Now, here's a graph, influenza positive tests reported to the CDC by U.S. clinical laboratories from September 29th, 2019, so last year, all the way through October 24th of 2020, so going into this flu season. Now, if you look at last year, starting at September 29th, 2019, you can see a little bit of influenza, and week by week, it's going up slightly. It goes up a little bit here and there, and it goes up, and of course, it goes way up in December, January, February, and then it goes down. Now, what's interesting is that now in the summer, we don't have much flu, so it should flatline throughout the summer. But here we are, if you fast forward all the way to the end of this graph, you can see that we're at the beginning, we went through October and it didn't climb the way that it normally climbs. They're saying that there's really very, very little influenza at this point. And there typically is some in October, and we're not seeing really any at this point. So it's too early to tell. We still need to get through into December, January, and February. But if the United States has the same trend as the other countries that I just showed you, we might not see influenza this year. We might not see it. So, and it'll be interesting to see what happens with influenza throughout the entire world and how COVID interacts with influenza. Now, a couple of theories on this. Now, of course, most of the people that were circulating this around were saying that they believed influenza was being baked into the numbers of COVID, that actually a lot of those COVID deaths were influenza deaths because influenza disappeared. That's possible. It's also possible that the two viruses just can't cohabitate and that Mother Nature gives us one or the other and that's it, and that if your body or your population is being infected with one, it can't really be infected with the other. That's possible too. Some other theories are that, well, it's the lockdown measures. The lockdowns have made it to where no one's getting influenza because everybody's socially distancing, they're wearing masks, they're washing their hands, they're shutting down schools. That's also possible. However, it seems to me that if you have COVID because you're not mask wearing, you're not social distancing, because we see that, a lot of finger pointing, these people aren't doing this, that, and the other, it would seem to me that you then couldn't come around and say, well, but they didn't get the flu because they did do those things. So it's still, like I said, too early to tell, but it's interesting. It's something to keep our eyes on. It turns out the claims are somewhat factual when we're talking about influenza deaths around the world. Some countries absolutely get pummeled by influenza, and COVID is not affecting them much at all. And the other claim of influenza disappearing, at this point, we're not seeing the flu here in the United States like we normally would at this point in the year. Too early to tell. Something to keep our eyes on. And I will be keeping my eye on this, and I will be checking. I will be updating you, once we get into probably December and January when we should be seeing really big spikes of influenza, then I will be updating you on that. But it is very, very interesting. Another thing to note is that if it turns out that we don't see much flu circulating around the world, and normally the flu kills about 600 to 650,000 people in the world, and if we're not seeing that happen, and instead people are dying of COVID, I think we'd have to take that into consideration when we're looking at the numbers. So if the numbers say, okay, 1.2 million people died of COVID, but this year nobody died of the flu, and normally 600,000 people die of the flu, then it would stand to reason that maybe the same people who would have succumbed to the flu instead succumbed to COVID-19, making COVID-19 deadly, but not as deadly as I think we were thinking it might be. Obviously, it's not as deadly as people originally thought. They thought millions upon millions in the United States alone would die, 2.2 million. If Sweden People thought Sweden, because they didn't do lockdown measures, that they should have theoretically, based on those numbers, seen 100,000 people died. They didn't see that. So we already know it's not as deadly as people originally projected. But I was thinking it's 3 times deadlier than the flu plus the flu, which is not good. But it might be twice as deadly as the flu, including the flu. So 600,000 people would have normally died from the flu. They instead died of COVID, plus an additional 600,000. Not good. Not saying it is good. Still think it's a deadly virus, but it would definitely reduce what we were thinking it was. It would reduce that number down. And, people in nursing homes have been largely affected by COVID-19, and we know that people that work nursing homes say influenza is also extremely deadly for those inside those nursing homes, that if the flu comes into a nursing home, it causes a lot of death throughout that nursing home. So again, it's the same sort of vulnerable group of people that are succumbing to either virus. So it's interesting. I'm going to keep my eye on it. I don't have answers as to why. I'm not going to speculate why. I just wanted to give you the data as to what we're seeing and the facts on the ground in regards to it. So I will keep you posted on that. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please subscribe to the channel if you'd like to support the show. The links are down below. This channel, because I've tried to give you more of that truthful information, I've been completely throttled, and since March, I was looking back at the numbers, and it was March the last time I had big growth, big numbers, and I just stalled out since then. So really kind of since the pandemic, maybe for a variety of reasons. Maybe it's not so sinister and it's just them censoring people that they don't like their narratives, or them coming out with facts and data. Maybe it's just, there's, advertising dollars have dried up, and so they've just slowed everybody down. That's possible too. But certainly we also know censorship happens. So thank you so much for supporting.
The major arcana, or the 22 keys of the tarot, is...
All right, a lot of people are going in on Ice Cube today for meeting with the Trump administration as he pushes for a contract with Black America, and he's hoping to secure funds to help the Black community.
Yeah, Joe Biden and the Democrats said they would meet with him after the election, while Cube admits he has already sat down with the current administration.
The Democrats, they got every black celebrity and shit on their team, so they just figure, tell Q to shut the fuck up and vote. And so, I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna push the program. We got a program, I'm pushing it on everybody. We also met with the Republicans. They brought us in, we talked to them. They've moved the agenda a lot because of what we said. They put $500 billion on the table, and but who knows? Who knows what's gonna really happen? I just know one of them gonna win, and I don't know if it can really matter to us. We gotta just push whoever's in there, because ain't nobody really solved our problem.
Okay, guys, I'm back. I missed this video. October 15th. Joe, this video old as shit, bro.
Is it?
Yeah, man. He talking about the old ass Trump meeting for this one. It's all good. So yeah, I was J Flash playing Chrono Trigger for y'all. Whoops. Should work. Hold on.
Mr. Jones owned a cotton plantation and many slaves. One day he was talking to the owner of the plantation next to his, and Mr. Jones was lamenting the fact that times were tough.
Sorry, guys, I'll start over.
Mr. Jones owned a cotton plantation and many slaves. One day he was talking to the owner of the plantation next to his, and Mr. Jones was lamenting the fact that times were tough. He was having to work his slaves harder than ever, and was having trouble with some of them being disobedient or trying to run away. The other plantation owner said he knew someone who could help.
Day 1.
One day, Mr. Jones called his slaves together so a man named Mr. Smith could talk to them. Before beginning, Mr. Smith whispered to Mr. Jones, "Whatever I say, do not contradict me or interfere, and I promise you your slave troubles will end." "My name is Mr. Smith," he said to the slaves, "and this may be the happiest day of your lives. From today forward, you will no longer be slaves, but free men." Mr. Jones was so shocked he started to step forward, but Mr. Smith gestured for him to remain silent. He did, only because the other plantation owner had spoken so highly of Mr. Smith's skills. "You are no longer the property of Mr. Jones," Mr. Smith continued. "You are free. No more will you be forced to labor for the benefit of Mr. Jones. Now you can work for yourselves." Now the slaves were all murmuring and looking at each other. Many were smiling, many were looking puzzled. "In fact, you are now free to leave the plantation whenever you want," Mr. Smith said. "However, since we are surrounded by other plantations, if you leave, some other plantation owner will likely claim you as his own the moment you set foot on his property. So I urge you not to risk your newfound freedom by doing something so foolish. Instead, I suggest that you stay here, no longer as slaves, but as willing participants and part owners of this plantation. Yes, this is now your plantation." Mr. Jones bit his tongue to keep from objecting. "For now, we might as well leave Mr. Jones in charge," said Mr. Smith, "since he is the only one with any experience at running a plantation, which is quite a complicated thing to manage. But he will no longer be your master, but just another worker on the plantation. In fact, he will now be using his organizational and management skills to serve you. Whatever problems you may have had with him before, you are now all equals, and you need each other to make this work. If we all cooperate and work together, we can all reap the benefits together. In honor of this happy occasion, I present you this new symbol of togetherness and cooperation, this flag, which shall be the emblem of the new free Jones plantation." He held up the new flag, but most of those listening were still too amazed to respond. "And this shall be our motto," Mr. Smith announced. "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones Plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all. To celebrate, everyone has the rest of the day off. Enjoy your freedom, do as you please, and be back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, so that we may begin work on this great and noble new endeavor as equal free men." Finally convinced that Mr. Smith was serious, the former slaves applauded and cheered.
Day 2.
"We all want this plantation to do well," Mr. Smith said at the beginning of the next meeting, "so we can all share in the benefits. We all know that it takes a lot of effort to make a cotton plantation work. Just because you're all free doesn't mean you can stop working. In fact, since you're now working for yourselves, I expect you to work even harder than ever before, but now with pride and joy, knowing that you're working for yourselves."
Okay, so, just to recap, Mr. Jones is freed his slaves, and but he encourages them not to leave the plantation, and and he encourages them to do pretty much the same work they were doing while they were slaves. So you can pretty much see where this is headed, but it's a beautiful video, very well executed. Let's continue.
Of course, there still have to be rules. If everyone just does whatever he wants, the plantation won't produce anything. This experiment will fail and we'll all starve. You should be thankful that Mr. Jones has agreed to stay on to lend his knowledge and skills to this endeavor, and I trust you will all do your own part to make this work. Several of you have been chosen to act as project supervisors to manage different aspects of the operation, to make sure everyone is doing his assigned job, to make sure that the rules are followed, and so on. The rest of you may head out to the fields to start your first day of work as free men.
Day 3.
The next morning, Mr. Smith had a grim expression on his face as the daily meeting began. "I have an unpleasant duty to do today," he said. "Yesterday, Charles was caught keeping some of the cotton he picked, presumably to sell for his own personal profit. That is against the rules. That is stealing. For that, Charles must be punished. Two men tied Charles to the whipping post. I take no joy in this, Mr. Smith continued, but you must understand, if we do not maintain order, if we do not have rules that we all abide by, then the plantation will fail, and we will all suffer. The whip cracked against Charles' back. But if we all pitch in for the common good, then we can all prosper. Being free doesn't mean you should be selfish and greedy. We must each do our assigned duties and obey the rules, and then we can all benefit, and each of you will receive your appropriate share of the profits. A young man named Samuel stepped forward. But if you and Mr. Jones decide the rules and whip us if we disobey, how is that any different from what we had before? How can you say that? Mr. Smith asked. I'm shocked. You were a slave before, and now you're free. Things still need to be managed and organized by those best qualified to do so. Do you know how to run a plantation, Samuel? Well, no, he answered. But if we're free, why do we get no say in what the rules are and how things work? I'm surprised at your ingratitude, Mr. Smith answered. None of you know how a plantation is run, so you're in no position to be making decisions about how things are done here. You don't seem to appreciate all the things that Mr. Jones provides for you, from protecting you from all the outside threats you know nothing about, those who would come here, capture and enslave you if not for Mr. Jones' protection, to making sure that you all have food and housing, tools to work with, that you're cared for when sick and injured, and so on. There wouldn't be a plantation at all, no cotton to pick, no land to plant and harvest if not for him. You should be grateful that he's made possible the level of comfort you now have. Your lives would be far worse if not for him.
I'm going to pause real quick because it's something I read in the chat. Now they're figuring out, says Grey Walker. Just keep watching, Grey Walker. You'll see how much they figured out.
Nevertheless, as free and equal participants in this endeavor, Mr. I take no joy in this, Mr. Smith continued, but you must understand, if we do not maintain Mr. Jones' protection, to making sure that you all have food and housing, tools to work with, that you're cared for when sick and injured, and so on. There wouldn't be a plantation at all, no cotton to pick, no land to plant and harvest if not for him. You should be grateful that he's made possible the level of comfort you now have. Your lives would be far worse if not for him. Nevertheless, as free and equal participants in this endeavor, from now on at each meeting, any worker may have 2 minutes to ask questions or voice suggestions or complaints. With that, the workers all seemed satisfied and headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton.
Day 4.
I have a big announcement, Mr. Smith said as the daily meeting began. Mr. Jones' cousin is here, and not just to visit and see how our project is coming along. It has been decided that from now on, you will be deciding who will manage the plantation. Of course, this job can't be done by just anyone, but every 3 months we will have a special meeting at which all the workers will vote on whether we think Mr. Jones should run the plantation or whether we think his cousin, Mr. Johnson, should run the plantation. That means that ultimately you are in charge because you will be deciding which man you want running things on your behalf. If you don't like the way things are being managed, you now have the power to change it. Amazed and pleased, the workers headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton.
Technical difficulties. Should not have stopped like that. Hold on. God damn it. They're throttling us. They're throttling us. They heard about Vicious E and they couldn't handle it. Sons of bitches. Sorry, guys. That wasn't the end, and it gets really good, too. Don't worry. I'm going to see if I can find it again. Tap dancing monkey Christ. Alright.
Shocked. You were a slave before, and now you're free. Things still need to be managed and organized by those who seemed satisfied and headed out again to the fields to pick the cotton.
Day 4.
I have a big announcement, Mr. Smith said as the daily meeting began. Mr. Jones' cousin is here, and not just to visit and see how our project is coming along. It has been decided that from now on, you will be deciding who will manage the plantation.
Okay, sorry. So we were like on day 5, huh? Here we go.
And the plantation continued to operate as before. Sometimes Mr. Jones was in charge, sometimes Mr. Johnson was in charge, but the day-to-day routine stayed exactly the same. The workers worked hard, long hours every day and still had little to show for it. Every day the meeting would begin with them all reciting the Jones Plantation motto, "We work together as free men for our mutual benefit, pledging our allegiance to the Jones Plantation, which stands for prosperity, liberty, and justice for all." One day Mr. Smith announced, "Samuel is asked to say a few words this morning, and whatever the rest of us may think of his ideas and opinions, we are all free here, and that means we are all allowed to speak our minds. So, Samuel, you have 2 minutes. Begin." Samuel stepped forward, looking scared. "I was excited when all this started," he began, glancing nervously at Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones. "But don't you all see what's happened here? Nothing has changed. We're all still slaves." There were grumbles of disagreement from the crowd. "They tell us what to do and whip us if we don't. They still make all the rules and punish us if we disobey. They let us make suggestions and complain about things, but they never really change anything. They let us choose between Mr. Jones and Mr. Johnson, but what's the difference? The situation stays the same. We do all of the work and they take as much as they want and decide how much they'll let us keep. They live in luxury, made rich by the cotton we pick. We do all the work and have to build our own huts, grow our own food, and take care of ourselves. They leave us just enough that we don't revolt or run away. This is not freedom. We're all still slaves. They've only changed the words they use, but nothing else has changed. They say we're all free and equal, but we're not. They command and we obey. That's not freedom. That's not equality. They say we're free to leave, but all that means is that we're free to be someone else's slave. Why should we work or obey the rules? We didn't agree to this. They made the system. They forced it on us. They control and rob us and call it freedom. They've deceived you into thinking that being able to choose which slave master you'll work for is the same as being free. It's not. Open your eyes. If you keep what you produce, they call it stealing. When they take what you produce, they call it sharing and fair distribution. Can't you see that this is all? Your time is up, Samuel, Mr. Smith announced calmly. At his gesture, 2 supervisors grabbed Samuel by the arms and led him to the whipping post. "I'm sorry, Samuel, but you've broken the rules. There are rules against encouraging others not to work and encouraging others to break the rules. You're only hurting all of us with your discontentment and your complaining and your disobedience." The whip fell and Samuel let out a grunt. "Without rules, without order, all would be lost. Without law, there would be chaos. We can't just behave as wild animals, each doing whatever he pleases. We must all follow the plan and all do our duty for the betterment of everyone. And those who do not must be punished." The whip fell again and blood flowed freely from Samuel's back. "Samuel, it is you who are stealing from the others. When you don't do your assigned work, you are making more work for others. When you disobey the rules, it is you who are endangering the future of everyone else here. You are the thief. You are the criminal. You are the one trying to destroy the arrangement that keeps us all safe and prosperous." At every lash of the whip, the other workers cheered louder and louder, some yelling curses at Samuel. "Being spoiled and selfish, you complain about everything, talking as if you're oppressed. But you are the one ruining things. You are the one keeping us from being all we could be. It is your greed and your rebelliousness that is hurting all of us. They all play by the rules," Mr. Smith said, gesturing at the others. "What makes you think that you don't have to? You think you're above the law?" There were loud yells of agreement as the whip fell again. "We must maintain order," Mr. Smith proclaimed, "to make this plantation great, to make it so that we can all be happy and prosperous. To have the society we want, there have to be rules. We all have to contribute our fair share to this great endeavor, and we cannot tolerate actions and attitudes that seek to undermine the amazing things that together as free men we have achieved and will continue to achieve." Mr. Jones was smiling as he gave Mr. Smith a pat on the back. The crowd was cheering so loudly that none of them had noticed that Samuel had died.
And there you go, folks. Great story. Fucking loved it. So what did we learn? We learned not to complain. All right, and that when you do so, you're holding back the rest of the team. It's better just to fall in line. You know, respect your bosses and just appreciate what you got. That's what we learned. And it's losers like Samuel that hold the whole team back. Complainers. All right. Once we get rid of them, capitalism will just naturally propel us to prosperity. Okay? That's what it does. It's just what it does. So anyway, that's what we learned. I'm just playing. I didn't learn those things. What up, Implicate, aka Scuffed? What you doing here, Negro? Let me see. Wonder if you can walk in any dispensary and buy legal since the vote passed. I can where I am. I don't know if you can where you are. Let me see. You should be alright though. Cops ain't tripping on that shit. That's one good thing. The drug war is beginning to end. Beginning to end. Alright. Fuck. Get at that. So you know what? I think Anthony. Then you drop a vid. Oh God, yeah, it's right on cue, man. And I forgot about you, Anthony. You can go ahead and toss that up there. As long as it's not no freaky, kinky shit. As long as there's not any bumping and grinding. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but there's a time and place, Anthony. There's a time and goddamn place, you perverted. Oh, okay. Now this video should be okay. And I forgot about you, Anthony. You totally just dropped the link to this stream. Toss that up there. As long as it's not no freaky, kinky shit. No, I'm just kidding. We're not gonna watch that. Yeah, that was a good one, Anthony. That was really good. Was this the video you wanted? Like, seriously? Hold on. What was the first one you dropped? Is that the same one? Oh, 4 years under. Damn these ads to hell. Anyway, 4 years under Silicon Valley, Biden, Harris, Brzezinski, Marilyn Ferguson, and imperialism. All right, let's do it. Hold on. And everybody's favorite American sweetheart, Kamala Harris. Miss Harris, if you're nasty.
Had this information, and did they not have a discussion about whether or not the users should be informed back in December of 2015?
Senator, in retrospect, I think we clearly view it as a mistake. Well, Secretary Clinton, welcome back to Google.
It's great to be here, Eric.
But yeah, Scuffed, it's still like that. All you need is an ID. You can buy almost as much weed as you want. Pretty much. So it should be that simple in an ideal world. Hopefully there's not too much bureaucracy where you're at.
Thank you.
Well, hey, thanks for sharing my vid, Anthony. Much appreciated. Also all good, man. I had a good laugh. Looking at my looking at the old mug here.
You've grown a little bit since I've been here last. Just a little.
Are you talking about my weight?
Not these guys.
I knew I'd gain some pounds here.
The responses that we received were unfortunately evasive, and some were frankly non-responsive. So I'm going to ask the question again here. How much revenue did Facebook earn from the user engagement that resulted from foreign propaganda? Who of you has heard of Uber or these other car services? Very efficient. Changing one of the oldest business models called taxi services.
At this point, it looks pretty much like Biden will be the next president of the United States. He'll be president of the United States for the following 4 years. And Biden is particularly aligned with a particular faction in the ruling class. I wanted to read to you something that was just in the Financial Times. They ran an article, "What can Silicon Valley expect from Joe Biden?" The president-elect has hired Jessica Hertz, former Associate General Counsel at Facebook, and Cynthia Hogan, former Apple Vice President for Government Affairs, to his transition team. Eric Schmidt, the former Google chief executive, has been a big fundraiser and is being talked about to lead a new technology industry task force in the White House.
See, this just what we're like a minute 54 in, and he's only been talking maybe like an eighth of that time, and I'm already just horrified. I'm already just Google. They're already too close to the goddamn White House for my liking. So yeah, this shit, I think it's gonna turn out ugly. Let's dive in.
Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, the vice president-elect, has long been supported by the likes of Sheryl Sandberg and Salesforce's Mark Beinhoff. Her brother-in-law and former chief of staff, Tony West, is Uber's chief legal executive. A senior executive at one major technology company said, quote, Mr. Biden has lots of friends in the industry, and it's a world he feels very comfortable with. Quite amusing. But the article goes even further. One area where Mr. Biden has been outspoken is Section 230, the part of U.S. law that shields social media companies from being sued over content posted on their sites by users. Mr. Biden is no fan, saying last year that Section 230 should be revoked immediately.
Sorry guys, you should be able to see it. I don't know why it's not popping up. Hold on. Should be able to see the video fine. Being throttled. Viva la revolution. Alright. Hopefully that fixes it.
For Zuckerberg and other platforms are propagating falsehoods that they know to be false. Very interesting. Very, very interesting, folks. Now keep in mind what I've pointed out before about the fact that Silicon Valley, Twitter, Facebook made the decision to censor the information about the Hunter Biden scandal and the laptop. Keep that in mind. But there is so much more to this story, folks. So much more to this story. But before we get fully into who Silicon Valley are and who this particular wing of the ruling class are and where they came from, thought I might want to also read you a little bit of information. For those of you who are convinced that, hey, tech censorship, they're only going to affect the so-called alt-right or white supremacists. It's not going to affect any leftists. Check this out. Google admits to censoring the world's socialist website.
Oh, okay.
In a statement
before
a Senate hearing on October 28th, Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google's parent company Alphabet, admitted that the dominant online search company has censored the World Socialist website. At a Senate Commerce Committee hearing, when asked by Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah to provide the name of one left-wing, high-profile person or entity that has been censored, Pichai named the World Socialist website. They actually have the transcript. It says, can you name one high-profile person or entity from a liberal ideology who you have censored, and what particular action you took? And the Google exec replies, we have moderation policies which we apply equally. We have compliance issues with the World Socialist Review, which is a left-leaning publication. Now, World Socialist Review, a print newsletter, has ceased publication in 2011, but it was a reference to the World Socialist website. And the article points out, in fact, a Google search for World Socialist Review actually yields the name World Socialist website in the results. Quite interesting. Now, World Socialist website, Trotskyites, I certainly wouldn't agree with them on everything, but they're very anti-imperialist. They opposed the destruction of Libya. They exposed what the Hillary Clinton State Department was doing during the Arab Spring. They were very consistently exposing what was done in Libya. Well, we now know, it is confirmed, it is in the congressional record that the Silicon Valley elite, Google, Alphabet, made a point of suppressing the world's socialist website. But now, folks, here is where it starts to get interesting. Folks, I have brought with me a lot of documentation because when you start talking about this kind of thing, people suddenly start rolling their eyes and saying this is conspiratorial, this is all made up.
So he's got documents proving that Google's been suppressing like socialist websites and shit, supposedly, which doesn't surprise me, but this is still pretty distressing news. Never a happy thing to hear this kind of thing. But it's Google. What do you expect but fascist behavior?
This is cuckoo, this is tinfoil hat. Well, some things out there, yes, are conspiratorial, yes, are tinfoil hatty, and there's a lot of literature on the internet that makes very big logical leaps. It says this means this when it doesn't mean that, and comes to conclusions that are pretty outlandish. So you have to be careful with all of this. But I've got here in my hand a number of articles from mainstream publications confirming what I am about to tell you. And I've talked about it before, but just to make sure that you know that I'm not pulling this out of my, that I'm basing this on actual information. This is from Quartz. This is an article. Google's true origin partly lies with CIA and NSA research grants for mass surveillance. The article goes into great detail about how there would not be a Google.
Dang, so just straight up, he's just claiming that was their origin, man. That was the whole point of Google, was just surveillance and shit from the jump, man. It's not like they were benevolent and just swayed by the money. That's just from the jump, man. Google was just nefarious. That's depressing to think about. But the CIA definitely has the resources and means to do it. Not to mention, connections to DARPA and all that shit.
If there was not an NSA and a CIA. This is not tinfoil hatty. This is not Alex Jones. But there's other information. You can read this article, The Secret History of Silicon Valley. The Secret History of Silicon Valley. Right? Goes into great detail about how the intelligence agencies and the government arranged for Silicon Valley to emerge and come into existence. Again, in case you don't believe me, this is Forbes magazine. Startups backed by the CIA. Talks about all kinds of startup companies funded by the CIA. Talks about how the Washington Post reported that in 2005 it received $37 million in funding from the CIA. It tends to invest roughly $500,000 to $2 million in any given company. There was an outfit called InQtel, which basically was a CIA company that, CIA funding that would invest in startup companies on Silicon Valley, tech companies. The CIA was in the business of setting up tech companies. This is Forbes magazine. CIA set up tech companies, had a whole setup InQtel to set up these kind of things. Again, if I said, hey, a number of the startup companies on Silicon Valley, a number of the tech companies were set up by the CIA, people would roll their eyes and go, oh boy, you made that up, Caleb. I bet that's true. Well, Forbes magazine confirms it. Go back as far back as 1999. This is BBC News. Business, the economy, CIA invests in Silicon Valley. All about how money from the intelligence agencies was key in setting up Silicon Valley.
So it just sounds like the CIA never stopped doing what the CIA does, and that's, sponsoring different organizations for their own means, however nefarious. Remember, we were I think I was debunking one of Turd Flinging Monkey's stupid ass videos, and we were reading about how they sponsored a lot of art projects that were like counter revolutionary art projects. So anything like counter the hippie culture, the CIA would invest into that. I read that they invested in the Orwell, which is how we got how we got Animal Farm and shit. They wanted to push that anti-commie shit, which sucks because Orwell's one of my he's one of my favorite writers, or I like his books at least. So that was depressing to hear, but I mean it checked out. So yeah, that's what the CIA does. They're pretty diabolical, and yeah, it never stops. Investing in Google, all these fucking firms. It's obvious they had their claws on Facebook and shit, and probably Twitter too.
Silicon Valley was created by American intelligence agencies for very key reasons. They wanted to make sure that Western capitalism could dominate the global information war. Right? They wanted to make sure that alternative voices, alternative perspectives didn't get the upper hand. And in fact, they'd been talking about this for a long time. Now, I've talked to you all about Zbigniew Brzezinski. You know that name, Zbigniew Brzezinski. He was the chief Cold War strategist. He was the national security advisor to Jimmy Carter. He received the Presidential Medal of Freedom from Ronald Reagan. He was Polish, moved to Canada, eventually moved to the United States. His daughter is Mika Brzezinski on Morning Joe. You ever watch Morning Joe? That's Mika's daddy, Zbigniew Brzezinski. Well, Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote a book about the technotronic age. He wrote this book in 1970, The Technotronic Age, using technology.
Hold on, I'm digging into the chats a little bit. Implicate's got some theories. Implicate world order. Corn Pop is going to assassinate Biden, and that's when Kamala will go full fascist president of the U.S. No, don't spoil it for me, Implicate. I wanted to be surprised. Ah, well. At least I won't cry so hard when it happens now. I can see that happen. Anthony wants to know, Vicious E, would you not be into Marxism because they're racist, or could you see good aspects you could take out of Marxism? I didn't even know Marxism was racist, but I thought it was like an economic system. I didn't even know it had anything to do with race. But are you talking like a hypothetical, or is it really racist? Was Karl Marx a racist? Which it doesn't really matter, dude. Most people before the year 1960 were fucking racist, and now, the racist count's only gone down like a little bit. It's shifted slightly to the left, but nothing stellar. So, I don't even care anymore, dude. If I find out Martin Luther King was a racist, I'm just gonna shrug and be like, yep, that's people. But yeah, I don't know. The system seems I'm not gonna look at the system any different than I have before. unless I don't know, unless communism, just something about it is just fundamentally racist. We're just like, you know, if you're black or brown, you just always lose if you're a communist, which I don't think is the case. Interesting question. That's what Nika House said. They are racist. So, oh, yeah, but I think he's talking more about like just like the tankies or like on the internet and shit, like vouch and shit. I don't think he really thinks like communism as a system or even as an ideology. I don't see why you think that is racist. But I don't know. Nico's good at seeing like racial shit like that. You know, sometimes that shit evades me because I try not to look for it, not because, you know, I don't think it's there, it's just because it gets annoying after a while. And I gotta keep some sanity. You know, you start seeing fucking racist everywhere. That's it, dude. So me, I assume the best in people. You know, even when they act a fool, dude. If they drop a fucking N-bomb or something, they say nigger with a hard R or whatever, I just assume they're trying to be funny and just aren't good at it. I try to see the best people. Eventually that wall will break, and you just gotta call out the fucking motherfuckers for what they are, racist. But, you know, I try to assume the best intentions because it makes my life easier, and, you know, I already don't think highly of people, so I don't need another reason to fucking, you know, loathe and resent this planet. But yeah, that's Nico for you.
Technology to carry out social transformation.
You don't think Vouch is pro-tanky? It's a Trotskyite at best. I don't know. Vouch is he's a complicated man, especially if you don't really pay attention to him. If you just like casually look at Vouch, he looks like a lot of things. Can't tell if he's like a full-on commie or what's going on there, but
Folks, when we talk about Silicon Valley, that refers to California, Palo Alto, how a lot of tech firms are based in Southern California. There was an explosion of tech firms in Southern California starting in the 1980s. And in fact, we know why that is. I just showed you why that is. The NSA and the CIA made a strategic decision. You see, we've been told so many times that the computer revolution is proof of the greatness of capitalism. How many times have we been told that, right? The computer revolution proves the free market is great. Look, these Apple guys, these nerds were just tinkering around in their garages and they came up with a brand new idea. And because of this brand new idea that they came up with, they became rich. And
so Vouch is anti-tanky. I didn't even read that from Vouch. He seemed pretty more or less hardcore communist, just from the casual cursory viewing that I do of Vouch. But I'm no Vouch expert. Excuse me. I'll take your word for it. The Grey Walker says, redheads of the world unite. He says, I was raised in a racist household. I fought it within myself by focusing on hair color. There you go. That's how you do it. You know, let's focus on hair color or gender. You don't got to go to race. That was a joke. Don't focus on gender. At least not too hard. Yeah, all right.
We got new technology, and that's capitalism. Well, we now know it is a matter of public record, what I just read you, that it was not the free market. The CIA is not the free market. The intelligence agencies are not the free market. There is a strategic decision made by the government, and particularly the covert operations wing of the government, the secret government, the classified wing of the government, the deep state made a decision to pour lots and lots of money into computer companies. And eventually we got DARPA, and eventually we got the internet, and eventually we got the computer revolution. So no, Silicon Valley and the computer revolution is not proof that the free market is the answer. In fact, it is the opposite. If the free market had been simply left up to its own devices, there never would have been a computer revolution. You can go way back to Alan Turing and his decoding machine. Do you think that was created by the free market? No. Alan Turing was dragged out by British intelligence during the war. Let's not forget, right? And it was a military operation. The free market did not create the computer revolution. But, and this is where it gets very, very, very interesting. The people on Silicon Valley don't realize that. And a few weeks before the election, Wall Street Journal, which leans Republican, ran this lovely article. Right? You read this article. This is Donald Trump criticism, economic nationalist Steve Bannon criticism of Silicon Valley. This is the Trump administration, the economic nationalists, probably the Pentagon more than anything's criticism of Silicon Valley, of the people that run the tech giants. It says, the new establishment of Wall Street.
Anthony motherfucking Reyes. You said he's not even anti-imperialist. You're speaking of Vaush, our beloved Master Vaush. You're saying Vaush isn't anti-imperialist. Them's fighting words, man. You're lucky Vaush isn't here. He'd kick your fucking ass. Of course he's anti-imperialist. Why wouldn't he be? No, I seriously didn't know that. Why wouldn't he be anti-imperialist? What the fuck is what's Vaush's end game? America just takes over the planet? Is that how he sees the happily ever after? It's kind of naive. I didn't think Vaush was that naive. Hold on, tell me more, Anthony. This intrigues me.
Wall Street and the City of London and the new establishment of Silicon Valley have precious little to do with Washington or Whitehall. The public sector is for losers. As today's elite see it, the best thing that the government can do is get out of the way and let the really talented people exercise their creating magic. It goes on, it says, unlike the dead aristocrats in the churchyards, the geeks who run Google and Facebook have no sense of guilt to give them pause, and few ties of blood and soil to connect them to a particular patch of land. They believe their fortunes are the product of nothing but their own innate genius. They owe the rest of us nothing. Let me read that one more time. Unlike the dead aristocrats in the churchyards, the geeks who run Google and Facebook have no sense of guilt to give them pause, and few ties of blood and soil to connect them to a particular patch of land. They believe their fortunes are the product of nothing but their own innate genius. They owe the rest of us.
So Vaush supports CIA coups and wants China attacked. Okay, I think I'm starting to see a pattern here. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing the pattern. I'll explain to you what's going on. You see, Vaush came, or Vaush, however the fuck you say his pretentious, stupid ass name. He came from the Destiny community, as we learned in the Nico House vid. And Destiny, fun fact about him, he gets his CIA knowledge from David Pacman. That's who Destiny defers to when he wants to learn things about the CIA. So, you guys probably don't remember or weren't interested, but when the Bolivia coup happened, everyone was calling it out as a coup, as it was. Tulsi Gabbard, I think even Bernie called it a fucking coup. But there was one man who wasn't convinced. His name was David Pacman. Maybe you heard of him. He's a little Twinkie-ass fuckboy that's been, I don't know, just rambling on the left. He's a super feminist dude. But aside from that, Pac-Man's very pro-CIA. He believes everything the CIA has ever said is the fucking gospel, and doesn't believe in any conspiracies that, you know, proven or otherwise, factual or not. He doesn't believe in any conspiracies that the CIA peddles. So that's David Pac-Man's position. Destiny defers to him on all matters CIA, which explains why Vaush would have this frankly just childish kind of view of the CIA being these immaculate, you know, freedom bringers of the earth. That's I'm surprised. That's actually outrageously childish that he hasn't even. I thought Vaush was a little further along than that, dude. I saw that fucker. You know, he did a chat with Paul and TJ, and I think they were mostly sucking his dick. Like, oh man, this new kid Vaush, she's only like 26, but he knows what's what. And they're having these deep, profound conversations. And I thought I was listening to something really interesting. But I mean, now that I think about it, they weren't talking about, at least not in the conversation that I saw that he had with Paul Zigo. They weren't talking about CIA coups or American foreign intervention all that much. So I didn't really, you know, I didn't really learn a lot about Vaush from that conversation, or at least not a lot about his politics concerning foreign policy. But yeah, it makes a little more sense though. Destiny's another guy. I don't know what's up with these dudes. Maybe they're on CIA payroll, maybe not. Maybe they're just super gullible. They seem bright, which is why, you know, I hesitate to just trust that. Oh, they just got bamboozled and swindled like the boomers. Seems unlikely. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's something more nefarious going on there. But I have no proof, so I'm not going to spout or start any more conspiracy theories in that regard. It's just something that I noticed, that, you know, they seem pretty smart, but when it comes to the CIA, dude, there's certain commentators that all of a sudden they don't know shit about, you know, the Iran-Contra scandal, or Freeway Ricky Ross, or fucking Gary Webb. None of that. They don't know anything about any coups in Bolivia or Venezuela, in Iran. They don't know any of that shit. But these are like supposedly these high IQ, smart, just impeccable debaters, dude. And I'm talking like both sides, TFM, Vaush. When it comes to the CIA, just fucking, it's either silence or just retardation or just nodding their fucking bobbleheads at everything the CIA does. Oh, the CIA said that Vladimir Putin is controlling Trump, so we gotta be careful. And it's fucking idiotic. And you look around, you're like, why do these people have like millions and millions of subscribers? How come no one's calling these pieces of shit out? But I don't know. Whatever, dude. It's the world we live in right now.
Nothing. Who does that sound like? Right? Who said that the geniuses, the great men are the motor of the world and they owe nothing to the rest of society? Yes, these people are so libertarian and so objectivist that the Trumps and the Steve Bannons are afraid of them. They have no loyalty to the United States, no loyalty to anything. That is who, according to the Wall Street Journal, is running Silicon Valley. This is their article. Who are these people? Who are these people? Well, folks, I have many times pointed toward a very, very, very important book.
Damn, more fighting words from Anthony. Tim fucking Pool looks smart compared to him on foreign policy. Shit, son. That's a burn.
You want to understand the Obama administration? You want to understand Silicon Valley? you want to understand the Democrats, you want to understand the managerial wing of the ruling class, this is the book to read. The Aquarian Conspiracy, Personal and Social Transformation in the 1980s. Marilyn Ferguson. Now, who is Marilyn Ferguson? Well, this is her Wikipedia page. Points out that she was a big influence on Ted Turner. It says also that Ferguson's work influenced Vice President Al Gore, who participated in her informal network while a senator and later met with her at the White House. I want to just read to you a little bit from this book. And this book, mind you, is not a fringe, irrelevant book. It's endorsed here by Carl Rogers, one of the most famous psychologists, who, if you Google it, also owes his career to the CIA. It's endorsed here by Arthur Kessler, one of the main anti-communist, ex-communist writers from Germany. He put out a book called The God That Failed. This book...
Dope Metallica song, by the way.
...has gotten quite an endorsement.
The God That Failed.
Right. At the same time that Silicon Valley is starting to set up shop, as we just went over, with CIA money, this book is published. The Aquarian Conspiracy. And it basically describes how there is a movement of personal and social transformation taking place all over the world. It's not pro-communist, it's not anti-communist, it's changing. It says there are school teachers, office workers, famous scientists, government officials, lawmakers, artists, millionaires, and taxi drivers, leaders in medicine, education, science, law, and psychology. Some are open in their advocacy and may be familiar. There are legions of conspirators. They are in corporations, universities, and hospitals, on the faculties of public schools, in factories and doctors' offices, on city councils and in the White House staff, in state legislatures, volunteer organizations, and virtually all areas of policy making. She talks about the great paradigm shift. The paradigm of the Aquarian Conspiracy sees humankind as embedded in nature. It promotes the autonomous individual in a decentralized society. Remember what I just read you about how they feel they owe no one anything? The autonomous individual in a decentralized society. Human nature is neither good nor bad, but open to continuous transformation and transcendence. Basically, it's time to unleash the chaos, unleash individuals, decentralize society. Some scary stuff here. This is particularly interesting because it seems to focus, the text seems to focus on changing individuals and how they see the world, and then involving them in a mass effort to change the world itself. Writes here, it talks about triggers. Right? How do you change an individual? It says the intentional triggers of transformative experiences are numberless, yet they have a common quality. They focus awareness on awareness, a critical shift. For all their surface variation, most focus on something too strange, complex, diffuse, or monotonous to be handled by the brain's and intellectual half. On breathing, repetitious physical movement, water, flame, a meaningless sound, a blank wall, a paradox. What in the world is she talking about? She's talking about all these methods through which you can trigger people to change, to have their personal transformation, to join the great social transformation that she is advocating. Sensory isolation and sensory overload, because sharply altered input can cause shifts in consciousness. Sensory isolation, that's like putting someone in solitary confinement, right? That's what that is. When people are in solitary confinement, they start to lose their minds, right? Prisons all across the country, they have solitary confinement facilities. And you'll notice that people who go into solitary confinement for a long time come out psychologically damaged. They can't look you in the face, right? Their ability to speak and to communicate is damaged. What else does she talk about? Hypnosis and self-hypnosis. Seminars like EST, that's Landmark Forum, Silva Mind Control, Actualizations, LifeSpring, which attempt to break the cultural trance and open the individual to new choices. The Fisher-Hoffman process, a similar re-entry into childhood anxieties, followed by an intense use of imagery reconciliation with forgiveness of one's parents for negative early childhood experiences, right? She says all of these approaches might be called psychotechnologies, systems for a deliberate change in consciousness. She's talking about how to brainwash people, right? She says the first stage is preliminary, almost happenstance, entry point. The entry point can be identified in retrospect. Changes in the brain chemistry triggered by psychedelics cause the familiar world to metamorphose. She starts talking about LSD and how you can begin your psychological transformation.
LSD, the best way to begin your psychological transformation. But weed's probably the best way. LSD is a close second.
By taking LSD, by taking psychedelic drugs, by taking hallucinogens. This is in here. This is Al Gore's spiritual advisor. Right? Step 2 is for the exploration. Step 3 is integration. Right? And step 4, where is step 4? Not only does the new paradigm work in his own life, but it seems to work for others. If the mind can heal and transform, why can't the minds join to heal and transform all of society? Now in the 4th stage, conspiracy, he discovers other sources of power, ways to use it for fulfillment and in service to others. Right? So she's basically describing we have to change the way people think. And there's many ways of doing it, like you can, give them sensory overload, or you can give them sensory deprivation, or you can hypnotize them, or you can, have them relive traumatic childhood experiences. And this is all psychotechnology to change the way people think. But it gets better. It gets so much better. So much better. So she's explaining this conspiracy to change the way people think. I mean, this is her words, conspiracy. I'm not calling it a conspiracy because I'm a conspiracy nut. I'm saying the name of the book is The Aquarian Conspiracy. She says America is free, but California is freer. If America is open to innovation, innovation is California's middle name. And then she starts naming, you can't make this up, she starts naming the institutions in California that are working with her on her great project for social and personal transformation.
Yeah, California knows how to innovate. California got all the ducks straight. Yeah.
She says, in California, the old social compartments are being broken down, and we are creating a new aristocracy, an aristocracy of those who care. Membership is restricted only by the capacity for concern. In Santa Barbara, with the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, the Center for the Advanced Study in Behavioral Sciences in Palo Alto, and the Stanford
Gray Walker, you've done way too much LSD, way too many times. Shit, I gotta party with you. They're hiding the LSD over here. You can't find any.
Research Institute.
Need to go up to Oregon, man. Pretty much legal up there now. Shit.
She names 3 CIA-linked research institutions that are working with her on this project. She goes on to describe the Club of Rome. Do folks remember the Club of Rome? The think tank that published a document called The Limits to Growth that argued there were too many people in the world. And
100 hits. Is that like 100 tabs you took? 'Cause that's insane, man. Surprised you're still here with us, brother. Shit. Man, I took way too much with the homie Mike one time, and I pretty much went to Wonderland. That was the best way to describe it. It was Wonderland, only it wasn't really Wonderland. It was just a neighborhood in Garden Grove. But in my head, I was not in Garden Grove. We'll talk about that another time.
Had to desperately reduce the human population, right? The yeast of change, the scattered myriad of spontaneous groupings of people springing up here and there like antibodies in a sick organism, right? There's a sense of imminent world transformation. Right? She talks about the Threshold Foundation in Switzerland. This is Marilyn Ferguson, the spiritual advisor to Al Gore, who had events with him in the White House, the spiritual advisor to Ted Turner, all kinds of people. And of course, she lists as ground zero for her conspiracy, Southern California. She lists Palo Alto. She lists an institution called the Stanford Research Institute. Well, again, because you're going to say I made this up, it sounds way too wacky. It sounds way, way too wacky, right? If someone just told me this, I wouldn't believe it. Parapsychology research at the Stanford Research Institute. The Stanford Research Institute in Menlo Park, California, carried out research on various phenomena characterized as parapsychology from 1972 to 1991. Early studies indicating that phenomena, such as remote viewing and psychokinesis, could be specifically studied and were published in such mainstream journals as, and list the journals. This attracted the sponsorships of such groups as NASA and the Central Intelligence Agency. Right? All kinds of documentation that the Stanford Research Institute, which Marilyn Ferguson lists as ground zero of this great social and personal transformation that she's leading, was conducting all kinds of research into weird psychic powers and all kinds of weird stuff.
Yeah, that shit's true. I didn't know that was going on at Stanford, but I know the government was conducting all sorts of, parapsychological experiments and shit. Mostly in the realm of remote viewing and clairvoyance. Excuse me, I'm like burping inexplicably today. But yeah. So I know the government does all that shit. I know that they would take people, experiment on them, give them lots and lots of LSD and shit. And oh god, I forgot the name of the fucking project. There's a fucking name of it, but maybe one of you guys know it in the chat. But yeah, they would get people all, strung out on acid, study it. Supposedly they'd used it on Manson and his followers. I think that's like a conspiracy theory. And supposedly that's why they're all fucked up or whatever. So, but yeah, at Stanford,
It's not cool.
it's not so much that it's not cool. It's just like all the secrecy and shit.
Weird stuff. It gets weirder and weirder and weirder. Now, folks, I read you her process in here. Marilyn Ferguson's process. Of social transformation. I read in here her process of personal transformation. Right? But first, the person has their triggering experience with LSD or with hypnosis or with social, with sensory deprivation or sensory overload, or with, various planned workshops where they relive childhood trauma or whatever. Then from there, they become educated. Then from there, they become integrated into the new lifestyle. And then they join a conspiracy with other people to carry out the social transformation. Your personal transformation has 3 stages, and then in the 4th stage, you join the social transformation. Well, y'all should check out this book, The Search for the Manchurian Candidate, the CIA, and Mind Control.
Oh shit, getting juicy now. The Manchurian Candidate.
And they describe the exact same process. They call it unfreeze, change, refreeze. And they did all kinds of experiments with LSD and with hypnosis.
I think it was MK Ultra. I think that's the one I'm talking about that I was thinking of. They called it like Operation MK Ultra or whatever. And that was basically when they were like doing all those experiments and shit. Maybe he'll bring it up right now.
All kinds of stuff, right? This is who's running Silicon Valley. A group of people that essentially believe that we must transition to a decentralized world in which the individual is completely unleashed and unrestrained by society. This is...
Oh, Scuffed, you said they gave the Unabomber LSD too? Checks out. Hey, you want me to start calling you Implicate? Or can I just keep calling you Scuffed? Because I feel like I'm doxing you when I say Scuffed.
Is insanity. It is insanity, and it is so insane that even people like the Wall Street Journal and even people in the Trump administration who are right-wing and cruel, even they think it's insane, right? It's too individualist even for these people. The Wall Street Journal is ranting against them, saying these people have no... Let me read to you again what it said. Unlike the dead aristocrats in churchyards, the geeks who run Google and Facebook have no sense of guilt to give them pause and few ties of blood and soil to a particular patch of land. They believe their fortunes are the product of nothing but their own innate genius. They owe the rest of us nothing. Let me read to you once again what Marilyn Ferguson says the goal is. The paradigm of the Aquarian conspiracy sees humankind as embedded in nature. It promotes the autonomous individual in a decentralized society. The autonomous individual in a decentralized society. Folks, this sounds like things that are completely unconnected, right? It's like, first I told you that Silicon Valley is in with Biden, that Biden and Silicon Valley are on the same page. That is blatantly obvious. Silicon Valley was pulling for Biden. Silicon Valley wanted Biden to win. Silicon Valley, at this point, is suppressing Donald Trump's tweets. Silicon Valley, at this point, has suppressed that Hunter Biden story about the Hunter Biden scandal. Silicon Valley is with Biden. And I read to you at the beginning all the connections, how, at this point, Biden has named the legal counsel of Facebook to his transition team. He's named Eric Schmidt, the founder of Google, to his transition team. That Kamala Harris, her brother-in-law, is the chief lawyer for Uber, right? I read to you all the connections. I read to you all those connections. I read them to you, right? And then I read to you about how the CIA created Silicon Valley, how there would be no Silicon Valley without the CIA. And then I read to you a crazy, crazy manifesto by a spiritual advisor to all kinds of congressmen and leading political figures, who it turns out is shilling for all kinds of weird CIA-linked think tanks that just happen to be based in Silicon Valley. And then I read to you, I showed you how the personal transformation leading to social transformation process that she describes in her book is exactly the mirror of the brainwashing process that the CIA developed with their LSD experiments and their crazy mind control research during the Cold War. Folks, I'm telling you that the Silicon Valley elite are a special breed of evil. That doesn't mean Trump is good. I'm never saying Trump is good. Trump is not good, okay? We can all agree on that. Trump is a warmongering murderer. Trump is a racist. Trump is an anti-immigrant bigot. Trump is a brutal authoritarian. He's supporting the police. No one here is trying.
Hey, Karen. Welcome back. We don't know how they gave that Unabomber LSD because he was in Helena in a cabin. I think the how the story goes is they gave him the LSD before he went up there. Maybe the LSD was the reason he was, that he wanted to go up in the Helena in the first place. So I think that's how the thinking goes, is they hit him up early on. Same with Manson. Supposedly they got him early. They released him after the experiments or whatever, and they went crazy. Or they were sleeper cells, Manchurian candidates, and they did all that shit on purpose. Who knows? That's just, these are the theories.
Trying to say that these people are worse than Trump. That's not what I'm telling you. But I want you to understand who it is who is going to rule over us for the next 4 years. Folks, I wrote a book about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris and the future of America. And
Wait, pause. He wrote a book about Kamala Harris? Oh, man. That must be juicy.
In this book, I talk about the...
Dude, if I wrote a book about Kamala Harris, like every other word would just be like bitch, cunt, traitor, cop, fascist, monster. I don't think most people would get through it. So that's why I didn't write a book on Kamala Harris.
Hillary Clinton's State Department. Right. During the Obama administration, Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State. And Hillary Clinton wanted to run for president once again in 2020. And when it was made clear that the U.S. public was not going to have Hillary Clinton run for president once again, the backers of Hillary Clinton all put their money behind this woman, behind Kamala Harris. It's well understood Kamala Harris was the new Hillary Clinton. And that faction is in the Silicon Valley and did some crazy evil things during the Obama years. Some crazy evil things during the Obama years. Unbelievable. During the Obama years, right after Barack Obama took office, Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. I talk about in the book how Jared Andrew Cohen, who worked in the Hillary Clinton State Department, was a former employee of Google Alphabet. He immediately went over to Twitter and told Twitter to take some actions that would facilitate protests against the government of Iran. Did not ask the Obama administration for permission to do this, just did it. And the Obama administration found out that Jared Andrew Cohen was going to Google and going to Twitter and giving them instructions on behalf of the State Department without asking them, tried to fire Jared Andrew Cohen. But according to The New Yorker, Hillary Clinton protected Jared Andrew Cohen. Later, we found out that during the Arab Spring, Jared Andrew Cohen of Google Alphabet and of the U.S. State Department was working with Hillary Clinton and was working with Facebook and Twitter to manipulate the events of the Arab Spring, to unleash chaos throughout the Middle East. And what was the result of that? Libya, the country that had the highest life expectancy on the African continent, were being reduced to rubble. Folks remember how there was video going through the internet of evil atrocities by evil Gaddafi, and the people of Libya were rising up against Gaddafi?
We fixed that. Now Libya has open slave markets. So, America, fuck yeah. Go Team Red, White, and Blue. Freedom.
And now Libya has been in shambles ever since. They've got slavery in Libya at this point, human chattel slavery. They've got two factions fighting each other for power. People are drowning in the Mediterranean trying to get out. Libya reduced to utter chaos. Millions of people have their lives destroyed if they're not dead, right? Thousands and thousands of people are dead. Millions of people in Libya have their lives destroyed because Twitter and Facebook manipulated the events and set the stage for the instability in Libya that then justified the NATO airstrikes. The folks remember what happened in Syria and how one of the only countries in that region where you have Sunni and Shia Christians.
He gave Tosi props in the Kamala book, Anthony. That's what's up. And Karen used to go camping and do acid. That's wild as shit. Just blew my mind. Let me see. You guys are getting deep, man. Problem is spiritual evolution. It's nothing to do with class struggle. All the personal self-help in the world. It's not going to ever address the systems of oppression we find ourselves in. Yeah, I agree with that. If we're to get out of this mess, it's going to be the solution is going to be more extroverted, you feel me? It's going to be more outward and social. But I do believe a lot of it does start with the individual, because a lot of these individuals are fucked up and they're not on any path to any kind of revolution whatsoever, whether it be peaceful or otherwise. In my opinion, they probably should be.
Christians, Alawites, all living together in peace, was reduced to complete and utter chaos, a mass refugee crisis, millions of people becoming refugees, at least 500,000 people dead. Syrian civil war, again fomented with Twitter and Facebook and Al Jazeera. Do people remember this? Do people remember Honduras? Where just right after Obama took office, long before the Arab Spring, Honduras, 2009, the socialist president, Manuel Zelaya, is toppled in a military coup, dragged out of the presidential mansion in his pajamas, and the military...
Yeah, I think someone left a comment about Honduras. I think it was Grey Walker was just talking about this, the Honduras coup. So many coups. Hard to keep track of them all. Freaking America's busy.
Military takes over. And Barack Obama is asked about this as the new president. He says, well, that's clearly not legal. The military can't overthrow the government. Because he doesn't know that Hillary Clinton has been meeting with the coup plotters. And they've been planning this all along. Look at the refugees on the border. How many of them are coming from Honduras? Honduras has the highest murder rate in the world at this point. Narco chaos. I mean, it has been complete instability in Honduras, complete instability in Libya, complete instability in Syria, millions of lives destroyed, a refugee crisis, ISIS and Al-Qaeda set up shop in...
Yeah, but Caleb, I guess some countries just can't handle freedom. They're just not doing it right. Not like we were doing over here. We got our shit figured out. But I'm pretty sure if we keep bombing them and overthrowing their elected leaders and telling them what to do, they'll eventually get the hang of it. You know, it just might take a few decades. You know, blood will be spilled. You can't make an omelet without cracking a few million eggs. But we're going to get there. these third world countries and these savages will learn. Just got to just bully them a little harder. Go America.
In Libya and in Syria, right? ISIS emerged out of the U.S.-backed terrorists to destabilize Syria. All of this is happening. Folks, I'm trying to spell it all out for you. It may sound like completely disconnected things, but I am reading you actual sources. I read you articles from mainstream publications showing you what is going on. That there is a faction within the American ruling class based in Silicon Valley. And they are not economic nationalists like Donald Trump by any means. They are not anti-immigrant bigots like Donald Trump by any means. They are the permanent revolution faction. These people are Trotskyites for capitalism. Right? Trotsky wanted a global permanent socialist revolution.
Yeah, Scuff, noticing the little back and forth you and Grey Walker having, and your comment about Steve Jobs kind of stuck out. That Steve Jobs was into meditation spiritually, and he still employed sweatshop labor. So, yeah, I mean, enlightenment can only get you so far, but it says more about, I think, Steve Jobs than it does, meditation and spirituality, which I agree only get the individual so far. But Steve Jobs was probably fucked up before he did all that shit. If you're at a point where you think you need meditation and spirituality, maybe you were kind of fucked up to begin with. Not to shit on meditation and all that shit. It can be good with like PTSD and kicking addiction, all sorts of shit. But maybe I don't know, maybe he didn't do the meditation right. Maybe he still got a few more lonely nights of meditation to go before he realizes, oh shit, I'm part of the problem. So I rather just smoke, and I kind of get to where I need meditatively, in the same manner. But everybody's different. So who the fuck knows what's going through Steve Jobs' head? He's probably just crunching numbers up there all fucking day.
These people want a global permanent capitalist revolution to unleash the individual. That's what they want. These people are Ayn Rand, objectivists, extremists, and they want global instability so that they, as the new aristocracy, can have unrestrained power. I mean, it's insane. It is really, really insane. When I just read to you about the Aquarian conspiracy and Marilyn Ferguson, I just read to you about Silicon Valley and how they started out. I just read to you what the Wall Street Journal said about them. This is the period that we're living in. And the permanent revolution faction, the Hillary Clinton State Department faction, the Eric Schmidt faction, the Zbigniew Brzezinski faction has taken power. These folks are on their way back to the White House. The chances of Trump, becoming president for the next 4 years are very, very small. Biden won this. And I think honestly it was a legit election. I mean there was foul play here, there was foul play there. People can point to this and that, but I am not yet convinced that it was a fraudulent.
No bullshit. They cheated Trump. Should have been his, but Biden, he counted the votes of dead people, illegals, women, for God's sake. They don't count. This is Trump's country, and the Democrats are just stealing it away. Ask Tim Pool, he'll tell you. And he knows a thing or two about a thing or two, believe me. Fair election. Get out of here, buddy.
Vote. I'm not yet convinced that there was enough foul play to have change the election. I think that the result of the election is the result. It's a legit result. Biden won the election. But what that means is that the Silicon Valley fascists, the folks who are carrying out Marilyn Ferguson's Aquarian conspiracy, the folks who engage in, personal transformation, they are back in the White House. That's what's going on here, folks. Tell you one more time. The president-elect has hired Jessica Hertz, a former associate general counsel at Facebook, and Cynthia Hogan, former Apple vice president for government affairs, to his transition team. Eric Schmidt, the former Google CEO, chief executive, has been talked about to lead the industry task force in the White House. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, the vice president-elect, has long been supported by Facebook's Sheryl Sandberg and Salesforce's Mark Beinoff. Her brother-in-law, Kamala Harris's brother-in-law, and former chief of staff, Tony West, is Uber's chief legal officer.
Yeah, you guys are still going at it. I think it's a good debate to be had on whether you can change society from if we need to start from the individualistic standpoint or the societal one. I know if Yelbro were here, he'd probably tend towards the individual. That's the kind of thing he says. But I think just being effective and effectively, as long as society is a little better at changing the individual than an individual is at changing a society. You feel me? A society will always have an advantage over the individual's ones. And unless the individual happens to be someone like super important and powerful. So it's definitely more effective to start with society. And the best way to do that is really just by telling people how they're getting screwed over and fucked, and explaining to them, what this other system can benefit, how it can benefit them. Hey, I know capitalism's the bee's knees and whatnot, but if the workers own the means of production, I'm pretty sure we'd have it even sweeter around here. Agreed? Like shit like that. So I know it's cool we have prostitution and drugs illegal now, but if it were legal, that'd be a lot more tax revenue going to the government, and plus you get BJs whenever you wanted. As long as you can offer the masses something, they'll tend to respond. So, it's good to expect a little more of the individual, but it's kind of asking a lot, asking everyone to just be enlightened and shit. Look around all the fucking Neanderthals walking around. To expect them to fucking stay on the internet all day and just get hip to this shit and meditate or whatever, it's asking a lot. It'd be much easier to show them a superior method and just explain to them why, the things they can benefit, just appeal to their need for shit. Humans are at their core, we're a very consumptive species. So, you convince people hey, do this, all your wildest dreams will be fucking fulfilled or whatever. And that this other side's full of shit and they're lying. That's pretty much your best bet. Ask people to do research and shit and actually look at themselves honestly in the mirror. That's asking a fuck of a lot.
A senior executive at one major technology company said, Mr. Biden has lots of friends in the industry. Folks, the Aquarian conspiracy faction the Silicon Valley fascists, the permanent global revolution for capitalism, the LSD social transformation, psychic research, CIA, Stanford Research Institute, Palo Alto insanity. This is who is going to be running the government. The same people who ran the Hillary Clinton State Department now have the executive branch under their control. This is what I was trying to get you to understand with the Kamala Harris book. It's a lot of complicated information. A lot of complicated information here. It's not simple. You have to kind of decode this. But basically, Silicon Valley and the global chaos.
Yeah, what's brutal to do, Grey Walker, is being introspective and like being honest with yourself and shit. Yeah, it can be very brutal, especially if you're not used to it, which you'd be surprised how many people aren't. So that's why it's not the best place to start, but you know, people respond to results and success and shit. So if enough people do it, if enough people act a certain way, eventually this shit catches on. People tend to just do, they do what works. If that makes sense.
Decentralized world faction, the permanent capitalist revolutionaries, have taken power. That's what's going on here. Right? Brzezinski, Zbigniew Brzezinski, his book that he wrote, The Technotronic Age, right? They planned this. Right? And that a particular faction in our ruling class that was thinking long-term and strategically.
Yeah, it sounds like they're meticulously planning this shit every step of the way. So this shit's spooky.
There's not the short-term capitalist interests of Trump and Bernie Marcus and Betsy DeVos, but a more managerial wing of the ruling class that wants to transition to that decentralized authority with the unleashing of the individual. Those folks have taken power. That's what happened in this election. And it may be better, honestly, right? It may be better. I don't know. Right? That's why I was neutral in this election. I don't know. These people are evil. Right? Read my book on Kamala Harris. These people are very, very scary, and they are very, very evil. But Donald Trump's people are very, very scary and very, very evil, as is widely known. But we need to know what we're going to be dealing with for the next 4 years. Well, now we know. Read The Aquarian Conspiracy. Read the writings of Marilyn Ferguson. Read about the Stanford Research Institute. This is who is going to rule us for the next 4 years. So buckle up and enjoy the ride.
Had this information, and did they not have a discussion about whether or not the users should be informed back in December of 2015?
Senator, in retrospect, I think we clearly view it as a mistake that...
Well, Secretary Clinton, welcome back to Google.
It's great to be here, Eric. Thank you. You've grown a little bit since I've been here last. Just a little.
Are you talking about my weight? I knew I'd gain some pounds here.
The responses that we received were unfortunately evasive, and some were frankly non-responsive. So I'm going to ask the question again here. How much revenue did Facebook earn from the user engagement that resulted from foreign propaganda?
Who of you has heard of Uber or these other car services? Very efficient. Changing one of the oldest business models called taxi services.
Okay. That's it. Yeah, I was getting into that one. Old Caleb. Alright, let's see here. Hold on. I guess we can fuck with this Jimmy door real quick.
Michael Moore tweeted this out. Michael Moore, and he says this. Is that so? So it's Kamala Harris.
You guys can drop links in the chat if you want at this point.
And you see the little girl? So that's the shadow of the image of that little girl, I think, who was going to desegregate those schools, and she had to go with the, it's famous photo. And she had to go with this National Guard.
We have an emergency. Grey Walker, you can't leave videos. Forgot to make you a mod. Whoopsies. Hold on, I'll fix that.
Good school, right? So somebody made that's who she is. The civil rights stick her chin out for. And of course she's the opposite of that. That's not true. So I get, Michael Moore, that you don't like Trump and you wanted to get him out, but doing stuff like that is kind of
all right. Gray, you've been ordained.
Disgusting. What are you doing? This. He forgot to add this. He forgot to add sucks. That's what you're supposed to say. This sucks, Michael. You're not supposed to say this. You fucking kiss up, suck up who wants to get on MSNBC again. This what? This what? It's pointless? Is that what you mean? This? Michael Moore, show me something that only makes sense to people who know nothing about Kamala Harris. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. If you know nothing about Kamala Harris, that picture makes sense to you.
That's right, Grey Walker. You feel the power. You walk among legends and heroes now. Walk with your head up high.
Michael Moore, what condescending, insulting things could Kamala do to make sure that he remains immensely unpopular? You know, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, this one's worth a lot less. What the fuck? You've got to be kidding me. See, that's only 9 words. That's what that's worth. This is totally inaccurate. I'm looking forward. This is a real inside joke, but I'm looking forward to Michael Moore's 2023 podcast when he does an episode about how Kamala Harris wasn't what he thought she was, just like he did for Elizabeth Warren. I don't know if you heard that podcast. I did. He went scorched earth on Elizabeth Warren. Made fun of her for saying she was a Native American, the whole deal. Y'all need to stop trying to tether Kamala Harris onto foundational Black American history. This image of Kamala walking with the silhouette of Ruby Bridges is disrespectful because Kamala would have prosecuted Ruby like she has prosecuted other black people. Kamala ain't FBA.
Oh, that was sweet.
I think that is very well said.
Can you imagine if Ruby Bridges like just stayed home due to all like the protest and violence against her going to school? Kamala would have found Ruby Bridges' fucking parents and prosecuted him. Like, why is your daughter truant? No excuse. We'd have locked him the fuck up.
I unfollowed for this, meaning he unfollowed Michael Moore for doing that, which is a good call. It might seem petty to some, but this is in no way something we asked for. And now all we're getting is new levels of virtue and reinventionism. Mm-hmm. If Kamala is all this, then let her undo the prison system she helped fill with low-level drug offenders and people of color. I said, FYI, if that girl didn't show up at school, Kamala would throw her parents in jail. Joe Biden worked with segregationists against that little girl. Michael Moore wants back on MSNBC.
Oh, man, I just said that.
That's exactly right. Mm-hmm. And then Mike Timpson made this for us, and I tweeted it out. I go, look, I fixed it for you.
Ha!
That did very well. That's the important thing. The important thing is not if you're right or wrong, but if you retweet it.
Yeah.
There it is. That's Mike Timpson fixed it for. There you go. Here's another one. It's pretty good. And here's another one. I don't know who did this one, but this was great. You know who that is, right? It's Hillary Clinton's shadow.
Oh, this is a
Hillary's looking good in that one. Svelte.
And can I just make this point? I don't know if I'm the person to make this point, but no one should be held up as a heroine for little girls wearing those kind of high heels. And I know this is going to sound funny. Women will never be emancipated wearing uncomfortable shoes. I know this sounds like a joke, but this is not a joke.
I was looking at those heels and I kept thinking that her feet are in prison.
Idiotic pointy high heels are as atrocious as Kamala's record. High heels can cause back and foot pain and cause permanent swelling and damage, but did you know the average heel height is 3.5 inches, creates the same angle in the foot as women who have had their feet bound? Did you know that? Did you know that creates the same angle as women who have their feet bound? Foot binding, for those unfamiliar, is a tortuous, deliberate deformation of the foot that leaves women hobbled and has left them hobbled for centuries.
Isn't that what they used to do in China? Because I know some one of those Asian countries. Because I know they used to get off on their women having really tiny feet. So is that what they call it, foot hobbling? When they used to like squish their foot together so it wouldn't grow right. That shit was weird. Yeah, I never got high heels or why women. Well, I mean, I get why they do it. They wear it so they can seem taller and attract taller mates or whatever. But it seems so desperate sometimes. And they sound like galloping horses whenever they approach. Like, it's like, what was that? Oh, it's just a business chick. Yeah.
So subscribing to the crippling rules of femininity is its own prison. And not just self-imposed. It's often linked to employment and income, and it's strenuously enforced by the culture. Now, everything I just said was written for me by a woman.
All right, on Grey Walker, it does make their butts look a little better. I think it pushes them up a little bit. See, women got the tricks, man. They on point with the cheat codes. Now watch out now.
Because I would never have noticed any of that. I look at those pointy shoes and I just go, oh, those look good. That's what I thought. I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it. A woman thought about it and wrote that. So those aren't.
I love how Jimmy has to distance himself from the joke now. He's like, I didn't write that shit. He's like, hey, I was just, I mean, I'm just chilling, just enjoying the stilettos. Whatever. I just read them.
Those aren't my thoughts about those shoes. Those are not my thoughts. That's a woman. What do you think about that?
Oh, I immediately looked at those heels when I saw that image and I just went, oh, okay, so that image in a woman of power in high heels, that's letting you know too that do you see men in power? Do you see a president ever wearing high heels walking down the street? You ever see Trump or Biden in high heels? Do you ever see that?
It does make their legs sexy if they did it. I bet it would.
Joe Biden's leg, absolutely.
Certainly. I think Trump did. It makes his ass nice. Like kind of props it up thing.
But are we also socialized to like that angle? Are we also I would watch Sex and the City and watch Sarah Jessica Parker. She runs down the city, New York City in high heels. I'm like, that's amazing. I couldn't ever run in high heels. But there is restriction. And, people say this is a form of oppression, high heels. And I know people are going to go crazy and go, what the fuck are you talking about? But it is, everybody. High heels. It's a form of.
I'm always surprised at the amount of women in business who wear shoes like that. I'm always surprised whenever I'm in the real world, and you see women. That's something.
I don't know, man. It's like saying it's oppression when niggas sag their pants because then they can't run as fast. Like, isn't that just a choice? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
Anyway, those were observations by a woman.
I love how you keep saying a woman, but we won't know who this woman's name is.
The secret.
Oh my God! Why?
Big fat fucking secret.
I can't wait because I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out.
What? So what do you make of Michael Moore tweeting that out? This.
Oh, well, isn't that virtue signaling?
Yes.
Like that is him completely like, oh.
Like he's pretending he doesn't know.
She's arrived, as if we weren't all fooled already by President Obama.
Right? And he's pretending like she doesn't have this horrible record. Anyway, I just hate the way he does it. He hates trying to do that. He's trying to play both sides, and I hate that.
Heart rate's 120, BP's 140/90. Heck.
Oh, that's the end of the vid. Ugh. I'm burping like a fucker today. Oh yeah, speaking of weed. Oh, Kyle's got that fucking video about them legalizing the smokables. I don't want you guys to. I don't like you guys watching me search for things. This makes me self-conscious. Alright, let me see. No, that's not the vid I want. God damn it. Here we go. Oh, this is the one.
On election night is something that not nearly enough people are talking about. I brought this up the day after the election, but I wanted to talk about it more for you guys and show you this. Oregon voted yes to decriminalize drugs. That's all drugs, ladies and gentlemen. Small amounts of all drugs have been decriminalized in Oregon. Legalizing marijuana. So this is for recreational use. Arizona, Montana, New Jersey, and South Dakota all voted yes. Legalizing medical marijuana. Mississippi and South Dakota, they all voted yes. They all voted yes. Oregon, legalizing psilocybin, that's magic mushrooms. Yes, they voted yes. In D.C., deprioritize.
Oh, Great Walker, I'll check out the that paper in a sec. Thank you.
Psilocybin. I think this legalizes it, or at least decriminalizes it in D.C. Yes, they voted yes. Drugs had a clean sweep on election night. I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. When I made the argument, the reason why direct ballot initiatives are awesome is because, as a general rule, people pick the proper side, unless they're propagandized into doing the wrong thing. And that's happened a few times, just to be clear. There have been misleading, ad campaigns that have thrown people in the wrong direction on some of these direct ballot initiatives. But usually, as a general rule, people are pretty reasonable. And so they'll usually pick the thing that makes the most sense. Another example. In Florida, they voted to raise the minimum wage.
So this is Kyle being I guess an optimist here. He believes that, if you explain things to people well enough and, just explain what's going on and how it benefits their society and them, then they will vote for things that make sense. And, I want to believe that's true. Definitely. And I think weed's victory in all of these states definitely gives a little bit of credence to that. It took a long ass time. Definitely. This fucking drug war has been going on a long fucking time, but it's looking like the people are finally waking up to it and getting sick of it. So it's a small start, you know. This is a small example of what I think needs to happen. It's a snail's pace, you know. We might all be dead before we get things like fucking Medicare for all, or you know, the wars ended, any of that good shit. But you know, I guess it's possible. But it's also just a lot of these policies are economically good for the country, which is why I don't understand why they weren't implemented sooner, except for just a minority of a very specialized interest kept them illegal for their own personal fucking gains. But just economically, most of these, you know, most of this legislation that we need to write up, it benefits, you know, everyone, including the wealthy. So, I mean, I feel like if you explain these things to people properly, which a lot of this shit is common sense and you shouldn't have to do, but I mean, this is America. You can't really underestimate people's laziness and ignorance. But yeah, I mean, if you explain it, we've even got legal weed in Mississippi. Who'd have thought? Hick ass Mississippi. So it's possible, my friends. The revolution is possible.
They voted to raise minimum wage, and it was over 60%. If I'm not mistaken, in Florida, you need over 60% to get a ballot initiative to pass. And raising the minimum wage got over 60%.
Gray Walker was active in the legalized movement since the 80s. So Gray Walker, this is basically your time to shine. You basically did this. Because I was 2 years old tops in the 80s. So I haven't been fighting that long. Props to you, dude. Because Lord knows it's been a hard fought battle against some of the stupidest bullshit. You know, they've tried to say everything, that weed does everything except you know, bomb Nagasaki. He's like, oh, it's addictive, man. You'll be schizophrenic and it's carcinogen. They've tried every fucking thing to keep the boomers and, you know, the old people dancing to their stupid ass tune. Meanwhile, they're getting drunk. So hopefully the drug nightmare is over, dude. Hopefully this shit's grinding to a close.
60%. This is at the same time that Donald Trump won the state and beat Biden in the state. But raising the minimum wage...
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to crack on the boomers there. You're the only good one, though. You're the only one I trust, Gray Walker. The rest of them are too old. I'm just playing. Dude, there's such a good... Do you guys watch the new Twilight Zone? There's such a good episode of... It's called Wonderkind. Wonderkind. It's a German word. I think it means like Superman or something. Anyway, it's the title of the Twilight Zone episode. It's fucking awesome. And Gray Walker just reminded me of that shit. It's basically about this little kid who runs for president. And yeah, it's awesome. Hilarity ensues. Terror ensues. But if you can, I highly recommend watch the new Twilight Zones. Wunderkind, I think is the name of the episode.
Passed.
And it stars Harold from Harold and Kumar, John Cho, I think his name. He's in it, and the little kid from Good Boys and in The Room, not The Room, just Room. That new up and coming child actor, little white boy. Good movie. I mean, good episode.
In a direct vote, when you give people the option, they usually pick the right thing. And this makes me feel like we need more direct democracy in this country. You know, worst case scenario, we need more direct ballot initiatives in all these states. I don't know how many states have direct ballot initiatives, but all of them should have direct ballot initiatives. That's point number one. Point number two is, I've said this 1,000 times.
Yeah, the OG Twilight Zone did rock, but the one I'm talking about is like the new one with Jordan Peele. Some of the episodes suck. I like the first one, the comedian or whatever, that was great. And the one Wunderkind or Wonderkind, whatever the fuck, however we said it, that one was awesome. There's a few other good ones, but I haven't seen them all. Those are I've only seen 4.
I really wish we had some sort of national direct ballot initiative, national direct democracy law, where, every time you vote, every 4 years when you go vote in a presidential election, you also get to vote on the top 3 or 5 issues that made it to the ballot. And then we'd be in a position where people would get to vote directly on, should we legalize marijuana? People would get to vote directly on, should we raise the minimum wage? People would get to vote directly on, should we end the war in Iraq and Afghanistan? And when you give people the option, guys, again, they almost always pick the right thing. I want to say 80 to 85% of the time, people pick the thing that in my opinion, is more reasonable and would do more good for more people. So I love this. I love this. I love this. My favorite thing every election night is looking at the results of the direct ballot initiatives, because it always brings a smile to my face. It's always like, oh, look, we won again. So, I mean, what does it tell you also? That we get the most positive change when you go directly to the people.
What else, Cuff? We'll check out that vid in a sec, bro.
What does that tell you? It's another way of demonstrating and showing how corrupt the politicians are. That whenever we rely on them, whenever we expect them to do good things, they never do it, or they very rarely do it. And the fact that Democrats eke out these victories when on the actual issues, the position that's supposed to be the Democratic position is so popular, and they just eke out these victories, it shows you how out of touch they all are. Out of touch, and they represent donors. They represent corporations and billionaires. They're not representing us. If the politicians were representing us, we'd already have a living wage. We already would have ended the wars. We already would have had an infrastructure deal or a Green New Deal. We already would have raised taxes on the rich and corporations. We would already be a thriving social democracy if the politicians represented what we want done. But whenever you give us the option and we get to vote directly on these things, we win. So, and in some ways, listen, I'll go even further. In some ways, this even surprises me, because I know that the marijuana ones are very likely to pass, and I thought, yeah, they would pass. I wouldn't have guessed necessarily that the decriminalize all drugs one would pass. I was under the impression that my position goes a little further. I say legalize all drugs, but I didn't know that decriminalizing all drugs was something that already, in some instances, is over 50%, already has a majority support. I would have guessed that it's under 50% at this point in time. But at least in Oregon, people were like, no, you should decriminalize all drugs. So, lot to be happy about here. And it shows you that we should maybe use these direct ballot initiatives even more, and we should probably try to get something at the national level, at the federal level. And by the way, just so everybody understands, this is not, because one of the objections to this is, yeah, but if you let people vote directly on everything, in theory, they could vote to take away somebody's rights too. Like if you let people vote on whether or not black people should be equal citizens to white people, if you let them vote on that in 1960, the population probably would have went the wrong way. See, this is a common, counter argument to why direct democracy is not good. Here's the problem with that argument. Nobody's arguing we should eliminate the Constitution. Nobody's arguing let's do direct democracy and also trash the entire Constitution. Nobody ever said that. I didn't say that. Nobody I know who wants direct democracy ever said that. So what that means is the American people should be able to vote on anything as long as it's not a right, as long as it's not constitutionally protected. So in other words, when you have a constitution, certain things are off the table. So you can't have the American people vote on whether or not we ban free speech. Because even if you have 70% of the American people say we don't want free speech anymore, the Constitution protects the right to freedom of speech. So direct democracy is for all the issues that are not already rights, that are not already concrete and set in stone, that are outside of the Constitution. Basically, every issue outside of the constitutional issues should be subject to direct voting, direct democracy. So, that's my take on it anyway. But listen, I love giving you guys good news, and this absolutely is good news, and it really does give me hope in some ways for the future, because even though you could argue the American people are not necessarily educated in terms of the history of things and facts, like, that's almost irrelevant to...
Mom, why do we always come here for the holidays? How did you find Great-Grandma's recipe?
Or related to their political beliefs. Because you don't need to know about the history of the United States or how to do math or science. You don't have to be educated in the traditional sense to know that, hey, let's pick things for our country that would be good for most of our country. You know what I mean? So in other words, there's just... the people are not masochistic. Like, they don't want to inflict harm on our other fellow Americans. So even if you're ignorant on historical stuff, you could still vote in a way that makes sense. And in that sense, I have faith in the American people, and perhaps more faith than a lot of people or most people. So anyway, this is great news, and I can't wait for more direct ballot initiatives.
It's going to be one of those segments where all I can do is nod my head and agree with Kyle here. Yep to all that. Okay, so I think you fools done dropped some links here. Some sausage links. We're going to fry them up and get her done. See, I think Scuff left like a video and Gray Walker left like an article. So like first we'll check out Gray Walker's stuff. See what all the hullabaloo is about. Here we are. Let's have us a read. Populism and political realignment. During the 1870s and 1800s, the American agricultural community suffered from innumerable problems. As the United States became increasingly urban and industrial, farmers first sought to solve their own problems through the economic cooperatives founded by the Grange. When these self-help programs proved a failure, farmers began to demand that government responded to their plight. They increasingly turned to the Farmers Alliance, a new agrarian group which sought to pressure the major political parties and the Congress into adopting their demands. When, because of the nature of the Gilded Age party system, the Republicans and Democrats as well as Congress refused to respond or responded superficially, the Farmers Alliance evolved into a third political party known as the Populist. They were intent on wresting power from the Republicans and Democrats at both the state and federal level. While they failed to take over the national government through the electoral process, they would end the Gilded Age party system and prepare America for fundamental changes in government accomplished by others after the turn of the century. Okay, so that's how the populist came to be. Populist characteristics. Farmers realized that they by themselves simply were not numerous enough to carry a majority of the electoral college. It looks like a typo. The Populist Party, therefore, was an attempt to unite the rural farmers with voters in the silver states of the far west and urban industrial laborers in the northeast. This voting coalition would be difficult to create and maintain given the diversity of interests it would need to reconcile. While each group had a different reason for wanting to alter the existing political system, their interests often conflicted. Rural farmers disliked urban dwellers and industrial interests. Newly arrived immigrants were just that, urban dwellers who provided the unskilled labor to industrial manufacturers. The coalition nature of the Populist Party is certainly reflected in its membership characteristics. Crazy spellings here. So class origins, lower middle class, occupational backgrounds, farmers and others associated with agriculture, mine owners, and other economically dependent on Western silver mine operations, industrial laborers. Geographic distribution, the rural agrarian state of the South, Southwest, and Midwest, the mining states of the Far West, the urban areas of the Northeast. So the populace demands. What are your demands? Even though the United States does not negotiate with populists, that's for sure. During its brief existence, the Populist Party was dominated by its agrarian component. This becomes clear when one looks at the platform or agenda of the party during the 1890s. Dyslexia. The political and economic planks of the populist platform came directly from the Akala demands of the Farmers Alliance. The sub-treasury program, the free coinage of silver, an end to protective tariffs on manufactured goods, the abolition of national banks, a progressive federal income tax, the direct election of U.S. senators, and the regulation of railroads or their outright nationalization by the federal government. Okay. That's hefty demands. So they wanted free coinage of silver, the end of protective tariffs, abolition of national banks, that's what's up. Progressive federal income tax, for sure. Direct election of U.S. senators. And the regulation of railroads. All right, nationalism. Okay. I think they got most of that. Don't we directly elect the senators? And I think most of the railroads are sort of nationalized. We got like Amtrak and shit. Let me see. One of the most significant and distinctive actions of the Populist Party was its demand that the federal government abandon its laissez-faire policy and take some limited responsibility for the social well-being of American citizens. That's a crazy thought. The 1890s witnessed the financial panic in 1893, which quickly spread into the worst depression the nation had ever witnessed. As unemployment skyrocketed and fear contracted the money supply even further, Jacob S. Coxey, a populist, organized a march upon Washington, D.C. by unemployed men. Yeah, there's an idea. They demanded that the government take active measures to ease the problem of unemployment and suffering by hiring unemployed laborers to construct roads and bridges across the country. Such a demand was unprecedented. The Populists were the first political party organization to contest national elections that demanded that the size, activity level, and, if need be, expense of government be increased to deal with the problems of a perplexing, complicated modern America. It's a good article. I guess it's not that long. I'm a fairly fast reader. Let me see. So obstacles facing the populist. Why does it spell everything with a weird? The populist C? Is that supposed to be like the Latin way to say it? 'Cause I noticed they spell fascisti sometime. So maybe this is something like that. It seems like a weird thing to do in America. I don't know. They're spelling populist kind of weird here. The difficulty of breaking voters. God, even voters is spelled wild as shit. Difficulty of breaking voters' attachments to the Republican and Democratic parties, even when they had policy differences with them. This was especially true during the Gilded Age because parties concentrated on appeals to party loyalty and solidarity to motivate their supporters, rather than taking firm and public stances on currency and tariff policy. You see. Okay, so dumbass party loyalty. The populists also had to battle the frame of mind of many voters that voting for a third party candidate was equivalent to throwing one's vote away. Okay. I think I see what's going on here. Every time there's a okay. So every time there's like a quotation mark, it just writes an I or something. Anyway, it's a good article. I'm not going to read the whole thing now. I'll definitely check it out later. For now, check out, I think Scuffed sent something. Yeah, it's a little dense, but it's not too bad. That was interesting, Grey Walker. We will... Hold on. There we go. Oops.
Who knew? Paper hug?
So Ramiro Funes on drugs as weapons against us. Another Caleb one. Oh, I paused it instead of muted it. Let me see. This one's an hour and 8 minutes. So we'll watch a
Pro
little bit.
Funes, who's with Anti-Conquista, longtime friend of mine, a great writer, organizer, speaker. He does a lot of great work. He's out in Los Angeles. I think last time I was in Los Angeles, I actually stayed with him and his partner Ophelia. It was really awesome, but I know him way back from his New York City days.
Yeah. So yeah, Gray Walker, that sounded very familiar. All the problems that the old populist movement was coming up against. You know, you had to convince people that they weren't throwing away their vote, and there was all that party loyalty bullshit used to distract people. So definitely some similarities there.
Etc. And Ramiro actually was hoping to talk about a book that he just got his hands on, which is probably necessary reading for anyone who's a serious Marxist or revolutionary activist. And that book is called Drugs as Weapons Against Us. And Ramiro, tell us about this book.
What's up, Caleb? How's it going? Thanks for having me on. I started reading this book maybe a week or two ago. I'm almost done with it. But as I was reading it, I was like, I need to tell Caleb about this book, because the same way you talk about the synthetic left, right, which I think is a brilliant thesis, a brilliant analysis that is cutting edge, is so far advanced in terms of analyzing the way that the imperialists, the CIA, have created a fake left in order to, devastate the real tanky left, the core 1920s, 1930s, and also socialism of the 21st century. The same way that there's a synthetic left, the synthetic left needs synthetic drugs in order to propagate that culture. And this is what this book really talks about. This book is by John Potash. It's called Drugs as Weapons Against Us: The CIA's Murderous Targeting of SDS, Panthers, Hendrix, Lenin, Cobain, Tupac, and Other Activists. And when I told a few people about it, when I first started reading it, they were like, oh, what is that? Some nutty conspiracy theory book? And
I can see that. It sounds a little crazy, because they're talking about Cobain. Tupac, I guess I can kind of see. And they never really did catch his murderer, which is dubious. But didn't Cobain, off himself? So yeah, you're probably going to get looks talking about Cobain like that. But I mean, if he's got proof in the book, then, judge it based on that. But they're coming out with a Kurt Cobain movie soon. I don't know if you guys seen the trailer. Maybe I'll play it later. It looks super depressing.
And I'm like, this book, this book has extensive sources. Every chapter has links to all the sources, and I checked them myself, and they're actually legitimate sources. So just from the get, if anyone has any doubts as to the legitimacy of the book, everything is sourced here. All of the information is there. And it's a lot of the information that you've been talking about, Caleb, in terms of how to control the left. Because, something that we've talked about before is in the United States, when you're first introduced to leftism, you get of hippies and drug use and being sloppy and slovenly and not organized. And that's the fabric of the synthetic left. And this book really goes into talking about how the role of LSD specifically played in fomenting that, in supporting that culture in order to target real revolutionary movements in the US and around the world that were against drug use, that were in favor of improving yourself, because that's something that the imperialists obviously don't want us to do. They don't want us to be sober-minded and clean and efficient. And I myself, to be honest with you and all your listeners and viewers, I've had to deal with that struggle myself. I used to do more psychedelic stuff in the past. I have stopped doing that. And I was able, through your work, but also through this book and other stuff, to realize that all that stuff about LSD and synthetic drug, it's all designed to stop us from real activism. And so I'm hoping I can read a few excerpts from this book, get your reaction to it, and just spread the word about it, because I think there's some really good information in here.
Sure. Before you read the excerpts, give us the facts. Give us the facts that people need to know. Like, what is true about this? Like, what has actually been definitively proven about the use of drugs against revolutionaries?
One thing that has definitely been proven and is included in this book is the fact that the United States government funded programs like MKUltra, experiments with drugs, because right before World War II ended, Nazi scientists were experimenting with drugs in terms of ways to control populations. And sadly, they were actually experimenting with drugs on people in concentration camps, which is what the book goes into. You have like Bayer, which is like a German company that at one point was owned by the Nazis, that was testing the origins of LSD and other drugs on people in concentration camps to see their effect. And later, through Operation Paperclip, which was an operation of where the U.S. had some German and Nazi scientists come to the United States to share that information. That's when the CIA really became interested in that and using it as a way to control leftists. And this is all in the book. It has the actual documents where you have like the FBI, the CIA talking about how they're extremely interested in experimenting with LSD use. And so it's 100% factually true that the U.S. government has funded programs to learn about the effects of drugs and has actually used them on different people in order to control and destabilize movements. So that's 100% true. And also another thing that's 100% true from this book that we can tell is that a lot of the new left were the guinea pigs for these experiments with LSD. You know, when we're talking about Students for a Democratic Society, the Weather Underground, unfortunately later on the Panthers, there were people who were specifically targeted for this stuff, and we'll find out later on of how that ended up. And part of that was supporting this kind of ultra left wing of let's go out and burn shit and do crazy stuff, and those are the people a lot of times who were being who drugs were being pushed on them, more specifically in the Weather Underground, which I thought was really interesting as a way to kind of discredit people and the left. So I thought that was really fascinating. And also Paul Robeson as well.
Okay. So why don't you read us the passages you thought were meaningful?
Yeah, definitely. So this is chapter 2, how the CIA used LSD as a weapon. And so there's this one excerpt here that I wanted to share with y'all. Project MKUltra was the CIA's umbrella name for at least several projects that used psychedelic drugs against the enemies of the American ruling oligarchy. This was revealed by Martin Lee and Bruce Schlein, who interviewed hundreds of people and read thousands of declassified government documents, books, and articles for their book, Acid Dream.
All right. So this guy's bringing up like a lot of, I don't know if you would call them theories. Supposedly he has proof, but for now we'll just call them conspiracy theories about the government and the CIA trying to push drugs on people or whatever. And at the end of the day, this shit's just kind of a distraction. Like drugs they don't really have a lot to do with. I mean, they have a lot to do with economics and in politics for sure, but at the end of the day, it's more when they push it on people. It's more of a distraction. You know, and it's usually just to demonize people at its core. But I mean, drugs they have about as much to do with the left as sobriety has to do with the right. Jack shit, okay? Because everyone on the right, they're doing something. They're either drinking, smoking weed, or fucking crack, or whatever. Everyone's got their drug. If you do coffee, that's a drug. So I mean, really, the conversation isn't about like which side's doing which drug. It's about, you know, do we live in a country that's free enough to let you do those drugs? Yes or no? If no, then yeah, something should probably be done about that. And if people are doing drugs, it's usually because they're depressed and usually outcast or excluded from something. It's usually something that they're either trying to escape or they've been isolated from some sort of community. There's usually a lot of other things going on there, so you can't really learn that much about someone from the drugs they use or whatever. You just kind of have to get to know them. But the CIA, pushing the shit on people, right before or after they demonize the exact same drugs, that's all just dubious subterfuge, to get people talking about the wrong shit for the most part.
Dreams, the complete social history of LSD, the CIA, the 60s, and beyond. Although CIA Director Richard Helms destroyed all of the CIA's MKUltra files in 1973, he missed the financial department's files. It is those files and other source material that provided Lee, Schlein, and other researchers with information on the project. One such researcher, Professor Alfred McCoy, the author of The Politics of Heroin, later wrote about CIA projects that led up to MKUltra. In his book, A Question of Torture, McCoy wrote that Dr. Kurt Plotner and other Nazi scientists tested mescaline on concentration camp prisoners during World War II. The New York Times wrote that the U.S. Justice Department printed a 600-page secret report in 2006 about the U.S. government's operations saving Plotner and thousands of other Nazis. Writings such as retired Air Force Colonel Walter Boyne, a former director of Washington's Air and Space Museum, wrote an Air Force magazine article about Project Paperclip, better known as Operation Paperclip, that saved at least 700 Nazi scientists. The Joint Chiefs of Staff started these operations in 1945, and the CIA continued them, saying what was originally estimated as 10,000 Nazis from various professions, though the Justice Department found a somewhat lower number of Nazis saved. The operations gave these Nazis employment with the U.S. government, ostensibly to fight communism during the Cold War. Hank Alberetti Jr., a veteran journalist who has also served in President Jimmy Carter's administration, wrote several articles as a book about Operation Paperclip MKUltra, exposing the fact that Operation Paperclip transferred over 1,600 Nazi scientists to the U.S. to work in the former eugenics office known as Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, as well as Brookhaven Nuclear Laboratory on Plum Island, the site of biological weapons experiments.
Yeah, that's awful. It doesn't sit well with me at all. Like, if you're going to save Nazi scientists, you probably shouldn't in the first place. They're Nazi scientists, and they were probably at the head of all that racial superiority shit. Totally emboldening the assholes, but I digress. But if you're going to save Nazi scientists, keep them away from the eugenics department. Put them in, like, the automotive department or, like rocket, with the rocket scientists or some shit. You put them in eugenics, it's just, come on. Don't be an asshole. Like, what can I say? That's like such an asshole thing to do. It's like, we're going to save the Nazi scientists and put them in the head of our eugenics department. Who the fuck does that?
Nazi scientists brought with them their research on psychedelics into offices shared with CIA scientists. And then later on, they talk about in 1938, Albert Hofmann created lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD, while working for a Swiss company, Sandoz, a subsidiary of the Nazi IG Farben cartel. The Swiss pharmaceutical industry had previously handled much of the European opium traffic. So these are the same people who were connected with the opium wars. Sandoz then supplied LSD to Nazi doctor Joseph Mengele, who first experimented with it on concentration camp victims. And later on, he talks about MKUltra widens the use of LSD and other drug weapons. Within several years, the CIA combined many of its mind-altering drug programs under the title MKUltra. At the time, former CIA Director Richard Helms was an assistant deputy in charge of covert operations and supervised Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, who ran the program. I think it's pronounced Gottlieb, had worked on other projects and obtained substances from the U.S. Army Special Operations And he continued to direct the testing of LSD and other substances as potential incapacitants and for the purpose of assassination. Two other areas of MK Ultra focus research included cancer-causing compounds and radiation warfare, the latter of which was almost completely blacked out of CIA documents. The CIA put LSD in the drinks of thousands of unsuspecting people from the 1950s onwards. Jonathan Marks, director of the Bureau of Intelligence and Research at the U.S. State Department, described how the CIA started dosing individuals in 1952. CIA leaders came from some of the wealthiest families, and they considered leftists their political opponents. The CIA eventually would develop a hit list of leftist leaders to dose, damage, and discredit, presumably with an extremely large amount of LSD at one time. Marx stated that the involuntary dosing with LSD caused one Argentine leftist professor, an early victim, to act in highly irrational ways that discredited him for several years. As will be discussed in more detail, one of the largest populations of saved Nazis was in Argentina. Syracuse University math professor William A. Pierce was targeted by the CIA's MK-Ultra for speaking out against the McCarthy-era purging of leftist academics. Pierce's math department chair fired 2 members of his department for alleged activities in, quote, controversial political groups. Pierce said he was considered a left-winger due partly to my membership in peace groups in opposition to the Cold War, but it was primarily my criticism of FBI investigations. The House Un-American Activities Committee investigated Professor Pierce. Pierce moved to Oklahoma State University, where he published a letter criticizing unreasonable psychiatric hospitalizations. A few days later, a police officer and sheriff's deputy arrested Pierce for false reasons, involuntarily committed Pierce, and placed him under the careful, influential MK-Ultra doctor Louis Joylin West. Pierce would never teach again. By 1953, the CIA had ordered 10 kilos of LSD from Sandoz for $240,000. Having already tested LSD many times since 1949, the CIA knew the supply offered 100 million doses. The CIA asked the Eli Lilly pharmaceutical company to try to synthesize LSD. By mid-1954, Eli Lilly broke Sandoz's formula and assured the CIA that in a matter of months, LSD would be available in tonnage quantities. So that's the first excerpt. What would you think about that, Caleb?
See, this is the kind of shit, like, if you played this to, like, Vouch or Destiny, they would just laugh throughout the whole thing. You know, they would just try to laugh it off or something equally idiotic like that. So I don't know if guys like that can handle the truth. Or maybe, you know, guys like that are in cahoots with the people who don't want this information out there. I don't know. I won't say. But yeah, I wonder sometimes if people like that are even capable of, like, accepting this kind of information. Because Lord knows they won't fucking talk about it ever.
Well, I mean, it's not surprising. I know that Paul Robeson was given hallucinogens at one point, right? And that contributed to some of his psychological problems. And that I think also many people have pointed out that it's one thing, you know, I have no experience with hallucinogens whatsoever. But if you take a hallucinogen knowing that you're going to, you know, start hallucinating, that's nowhere near.
He's got no experience. That makes him a hallucivirgin. Oh.
Near as dangerous as if somebody slips you one, because if you have no idea that you've been given a hallucinogen and suddenly you're seeing things, you know, it can be really, really psychologically damaging and have, you know, because you're shocked, you think you're losing your mind when in reality you've been given a hallucinogen. One thing that's also interesting.
Yeah, people back in the day, they would eat like fermented rye and shit, and like trip out on like acid and shit, because I think that's like the way you like synthesize acid, and they would know, and they would trip out. I think like the first guy to do it, he writes like he was riding on his bicycle, and he suddenly started seeing witches and demons and shit. He didn't know what the fuck was going on. Like, I can only imagine just being slipped acid and just not knowing. Not a good time. That's how that one book, Go Ask Alice, started off. It's a good book. I had to read it in high school. It's basically about this girl who like keeps a diary of like when she first starts doing acid, and she moves on to like harder drugs and starts smoking weed or whatever, becomes like a hippie prostitute. And for the longest, people thought like the book was real, that it was an actual girl's diary, but then it turned out to be like this psychologist. She wrote the whole thing. But yeah, go ask Alice. Good book.
Interesting is, Aldous Huxley. He wrote this book called Brave New World, the science fiction book that was popular in the 1930s. Have you read Brave New World?
I actually haven't read it, but there's a whole chapter on that book in this book.
No kidding. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he was also a big advocate of hallucinogens. He wrote a book called The Doors of Perception, which was a book that was a big part of 60s drug culture, even though he wrote it a long time ago. But in his book Brave New World, he has this vision of the world where the population, the masses, are controlled by drugs, right? And it's this drug called Soma that people take and they're high all the time, and it's a way to control them. And that in Brave New World, he's kind of talking about social engineering. And I think that's particularly interesting. What does the book say about Aldous Huxley?
Yeah, he let me actually go to that part. There's a whole section about it that is pretty interesting. But basically, there was a whole effort by the CIA to promote literature, to promote information about LSD, to promote it. And actually, Time Magazine was like a central part of that. One of the owners of Time Magazine was like really involved with promoting LSD and the whole hippie culture. Let me see if I can find the Brave New World section. But I think one of the things that I find interesting as well is the fact that the effects of psychedelics, right? I've taken, as I mentioned before, I'm going to be real with you. I've taken psychedelics before. And one of the effects is that you start to feel like everything is relative. That there is no objective truth. Everything can, you can fly if you want to. And that's recorded in this book as well, is that people feel that they can fly, that they can have superpowers.
So Huxley was given mescaline. And that's why he was that book was all tripped out and everyone was all high on Soma and that shit. Brave New World was a good book, but I probably like it better than 1984. Well, I mean, I only read the beginning of Brave New World, to be honest. The rest I just saw the movie, but I read like the first like 20 pages. I love what I read. But if I had to pick between 1984, that kind of world, living in that, or Brave New World, like give me Brave New World like any time. Because at least in Brave New World, they're just doing drugs and having orgies. Kind of like a blissful ignorance. 1984, it's just kind of just a painful ignorance.
And that's one of the things that I think translates over to the ideology of the postmodern left, where there is no objective truth, like you said, with the synthetic left. There is no objective reality. And I think that part of LSD culture and use is that whole feeling of like, you can do whatever you want, there is no correct way of doing things. And I just think that's really fascinating.
Yeah, no, I remember one of the stoners at my high school was telling me about when they were on acid. They said, you see what the world really looks like when you're on acid. And I remember thinking like, I don't think it really looks like that. I think you're hallucinating, right? You know what I'm saying? But it's like, but a lot of people that are really, really into hallucinogens get into this point where it's almost like the hallucinations never really stop. Right? They intensify when they take the drug, but they're almost at the point where their brain has been so kind of fried that hallucinations never really end. I've heard about that. I mean, that's true. And that's very, very frightening. That's very, very frightening. It's weird because I remember, when I was in high school, I was very interested in the musical Hair. I discovered the musical Hair, and there's a whole like song in Hair about using LSD, walking in space. And I thought LSD was very cool. I just had extremely strict parents, and I was in a very small town, so there was no way I was going to get to use drugs. So I didn't, thank goodness. But I remember I thought, as I was getting interested in the left and counterculture, I thought that was a big part of being a leftist was drug culture. And I didn't realize that there was this whole history of communists rejecting drug use and such. And I learned that later. But it's very fascinating. But what else can we learn from the book?
Yeah, so let me read you another excerpt from it. I found one part that he talks about Huxley. He says, Dr. Humphrey Osmond coined the term psychedelic, meaning mind manifesting. Osmond's work to popularize acid led him to enlist Brave New World author Aldous Huxley as a proponent of psychedelics. Brave New World, published in 1932, was listed by many literary organizations as one of the most important novels of the century. Osmond first gave mescaline to Huxley in May of 1953. Huxley wrote about the experience in The Doors of Perception, as you mentioned. Osmond continued his LSD experiments at Princeton University. While Huxley worked on another book, Hubbard supplied him with his second mescaline trip before introducing LSD later in the year. Captain Hubbard impressed Huxley with his connections to the top echelons of American business and government, which Huxley believed was due partly to Hubbard's fortune made as a uranium entrepreneur. Huxley promoted psychedelics in his last books, despite the themes of Brave New World, which warned of rulers keeping people content with their lot through the use of escapist drugs, just like you mentioned. And this excerpt talks a little bit more about the CIA intelligence experimenting with LSD abroad, especially in Africa. U.S. intelligence worked in collaboration with British and other European intelligence agencies to stop African independence. These independence movements cost the wealthy corporate owners in their countries hundreds of millions of dollars. Intelligence agencies use guns and drugs against the African independence movements in both open and surreptitious actions. The CIA's use of drugs for this purpose remains a part of their covert operations, with few details revealed. CIA documents state how the agency used LSD to aid interrogation on an operational basis from the mid-1950s through the early 1960s. As previously mentioned, the CIA also used LSD against foreign leftist leaders. A CIA document noted that the CIA's administration of LSD to, quote, high officials would be a relatively simple matter and could have a significant effect at key meetings, speeches, etc. The agency planned to slip odorless, tasteless LSD to, quote, socialist or left-leaning politicians in foreign countries so that they could babble incoherently and discredit themselves in public. Wow. The CIA certainly wasn't looking to cause mind expansion. Their own documents said the acid could, quote, produce serious insanity for 8 to 18 hours and possibly longer. ABC News showed CIA documents citing how CIA MKUltra's Dr. Sidney Gottlieb carried LSD overseas to dose leftist foreign diplomats and statesmen. Egyptian President Jamal Abdel Nasser, one of Africa's most outspoken leaders, was on the hit list. The CIA concealed exactly how and if the leaders on that hit list were dosed, but did they give these leaders massive LSD doses in an attempt to also cause subtle brain damage? The assassination of Congo independence leader Patrice Lumumba represents a well-documented example of U.S. and European attacks on African independence leaders with MKUltra scientists' aid. The U.S. became the first country to recognize the claims of Belgium's King Leopold II to the territories of the Congo Basin. Brutal economic exploitation under Leopold II resulted in millions of Congolese deaths. The U.S. acquired a stake in Congo's minerals. The U.S. military used uranium from Congolese mines for manufacturing atomic weapons. As various African countries began to gain their independence, the Belgian Congo's Patrice Lumumba organized the Movement National Congolese in 1958. The Congolese people elected the 34-year-old to be their prime minister in 1960. In his acceptance speech, Lumumba said Congo's independence put an end to the humiliating slavery which was imposed on us by force. About 10 weeks after Lumumba took office, Colonel Joseph Mobutu led a coup d'etat backed by Belgian officers still in the Congolese army. Many reports implicate the CIA in helping orchestrate this coup. The Congressional Church Committee found that CIA Director Alan Dulles ordered Lumumba's assassination. The CIA's MKUltra director Sidney Gottlieb aided this assassination, devising a poison resembling toothpaste, and he flew to the Congo with it. Lumumba was assassinated in January of 1961. Details on the role of the poison in the assassination remain unclear. And this is a copy of the CIA file where they talk about Lumumba and connected with MKUltra, which I found really interesting.
Very, very interesting. Yeah. It's interesting. There was a movie that came out. I think it starred Matt Damon, and it came out in like 2008, perhaps. I think, and it was about CIA, someone who joins the CIA, and it shows a little bit of this. It shows them using LSD to torture someone. It shows their involvement in coups. Do you remember this? Have you ever seen this movie? I think it's called The Good Shepherd. I think it's called The Good Shepherd, and it's like.
Yeah, I know that movie. I saw it a long time ago. The one Matt Damon, but it was like way before I got into politics. I was way young when I saw that shit, so I was like only like half interested in it. I just saw Matt Damon doing a bunch of corrupt shit. So,
like the life of a CIA guy, and many people saw it as almost kind of an imitation of like the Bush family or something like that. I remember that. It's very interesting. The other thing is Dr. Timothy Leary has always been kind of a sketch figure, right? He's at Harvard, which is that's where these CIA experiments were going on with LSD. He's a psychology professor at Harvard, and then he just has this realization that LSD is the greatest thing, and he gets fired from Harvard, and he just goes around the country with lots of money, and he's set up this whole foundation for promoting LSD, and then he's arrested and taken to jail.
Yeah, Anthony, I tried that once. Yeah, it was overrated. The trip was like, it was mellow. I wasn't freaking out or anything, but when you do that shit, you just get really tired, and you don't really want to do anything. It's like being really drunk on weed, but like just super, just like, it's overrated. I didn't get like hooked like my first time or nothing because I didn't really enjoy it that much. But I didn't have like a bad trip or anything. I don't really recommend it. It's not super fun. But some people like it.
Oh, and then he's broken out of jail by the weatherman. And then he's running around, and he's in Algeria. And then they finally catch him in Afghanistan. And he comes back to the United States, and he does like 8 months in prison. And then it's been revealed that from the time he got out of jail up until his death, he was an FBI informer, and he would go around giving the same kind of speeches encouraging drug use, but then, inform to the FBI, everyone who came to his lectures and all of that. Very shady individual. What does the book say about Dr. Timothy Leary?
Yeah, there's also a lot of information about Dr. Timothy Leary that...
Yes, that definitely happened, Karen. Fucking puked a lot.
talks about his travels abroad. I actually have a section on that here. And just pull it up. Yeah, it's they talk about Leary and activism. So this is one section that I found interesting. The increase of activism coincided with an increase of U.S. intelligence's spread of LSD. Along with American agents who worked on spreading LSD, help came from MI6, the British version of the CIA. While a former MI6 agent claimed MI6 supervised the CIA's work promulgating LSD and other drug use, the truth of this can't be ascertained. As previously noted, Britain's Tavistock Institute ran a congruent operation with the CIA's MK-Ultra regarding the use of acid as a spy weapon. Britain's Michael Hollingshead dosed many unsuspecting foreign leaders through his job at the United Nations. Hollingshead threw parties at his Fifth Avenue apartment where he invited people from the UN, reportedly covering his entire apartment with LSD, so anyone who...
Lucid dreaming, Grey Walker, isn't that just when you dream, but you're like acutely aware that it's a dream? and sometimes you like try to control things, whatever. I've had a few lucid dreams. I've had some dope ones that I don't want to get into now. I don't want to be the guy who talks about his dream. I've had some fun lucid dreams. Like, you know, usually in my dreams, I can, whenever I'm in trouble, I can just fly on cue. And that's like that's like the first big hint that I'm dreaming. Like, okay, I'm flying away from the cops instead of running away or being read my rights. This is probably a dream. And sometimes I can lucid dream like the whole night. But usually when I am lucid dreaming, they're really fun dreams. And I'll see how far I can take it. Like, if I can shoot beams out my hands. Or, you know, whatever. I'll just treat, like, the dream people around me like shit. Because, like, well, fuck it. It's a dream. So my lucid dreams are fun.
Who touched anything got a dose of acid involuntarily.
Jeez.
In a memoir, Hollingshead said he was on a, quote, crusade to launch LSD on the world. Hollingshead's links to the CIA and British intelligence suggest the more insidious shared motives of the CIA's Dr. Sidney Gottlieb and Richard Helms. Hollingshead said in 1961 he worked as an executive secretary of the Institute for British American Cultural Exchange, a semi-official British propaganda agency in the field of international cultural relations where creating propaganda was a primary task.
Dude, sleep paralysis. Oh, damn, now we're getting into some crazy shit. I think that's happened to me once, dude. And I was telling my cousin about this the other day. I had this fucked up nightmare. And I woke up. And my leg was, like, shaking. Like, the whole experience felt, like, totally, like, supernatural. And, like, I couldn't stop shaking my leg. And I looked up. And I saw, like, this dark, glowing orb in the middle of my room. I'm like, what the fuck? And it's just, like, this demon. And at this point, I'm like wide awake. And I'm just looking at this thing. And it's just, like, just hovering there. I'm just there, like, freaking out. It eventually just kind of disappears or whatever. And I'm, like, just checking myself to make sure I'm, like, not asleep. I wasn't really super paralyzed. I was more like just paralyzed with fear than anything. And I felt like I didn't have control of my legs. So I don't know if that's the same as sleep paralysis. But I think it's like a similar experience to what a lot of other people have. As for the demon, I assume that was just like an acid flashback or something, but I haven't seen anything like it since, so I've been doing pretty good.
Police detective Dick Lee called Hollingshead's organization the British Council, which was heavily funded by King George VI in 1940. Hollingshead admitted he got funding for his group from the Rockefeller Institute. This institute channeled CIA funds for MK-Ultra projects at universities. Nelson Rockefeller sat on the National Security Council in the 1950s, which decided to okay CIA funding for these MK-Ultra projects. Hollingshead further revealed that CIA asset Lionel Trilling served on his institute for the British American Cultural Exchange's board of directors. For her book, The Cultural Cold War, Frances Stoner Saunders interviewed people who verified that Trilling knowingly accepted CIA aid for his work over many years and was highly involved in CIA work. And then he goes into talking about more about LSD and Timothy Leary. In 1964, when William S. Burroughs printed his warnings about LSD, the CIA's MK-Ultra projects already had vast covert programs to promote its use on both American coasts. On the East Coast at Boston's Harvard University, psychology professor Timothy Leary ran experiments also conducted at other schools nationwide, where professors received grants to pay students to take psychedelic drugs. A group called the Human Ecology Fund gave Leary and other professors the money for this work. MK-Ultra scientists gave depositions about the start of the Human Ecology Fund. The CIA started it in 1959 at Cornell University Medical School in New York City as a covert funding source for various MK-Ultra projects. Besides Cornell and Harvard, it involved other prestigious universities near hotbeds of student activism, such as Stanford University near Berkeley, California, and Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland, where student-led civil rights activism had made considerable headway. Harvard, Stanford, Hopkins, Yale had all been hotbeds for eugenics, suggesting why they
So the Rothschilds are trillionaires now. So I know Bezos was well on his way to being like the world's first trillionaire. But I get collectively, do all the Rothschilds are all their are they worth in the trillions now? I don't keep up with their finances, but I mean, they might as well be fucking trillionaires. Didn't everybody else like triple their money this year, thanks to Trump and COVID and shit? You know, all the big ass monopolies who don't need help, didn't they fucking come up already? So it makes sense that they're trillionaires now. Why the hell not?
Spearheaded these experiments, and these schools became epicenters for MK Ultra activities, paying student volunteers to take part in experiments with psychedelics, from mushrooms to LSD. Many of the volunteers had poor ethnic immigrant backgrounds and were in need of the money to help pay for their way in school. In total, the CIA allocated $7 to $13 million for 44 colleges and universities to conduct this research. Up to this time, Professor Leary had done tests only with psilocybin, which is mushrooms. Leary hadn't tried LSD and said he wasn't eager to begin, as he believed one psychedelic was like all others. Lee noted that Hollingshead gave Leary about 6 times the normal dose of acid, which had Leary tripping for 3 days. The experience led Leary to consider Hollingshead his guru. Leary's closest Harvard psilocybin project associates, Richard Alpert and Ralph Metzner, were upset to see Leary in a helpless state and blamed Hollingshead for having blown Leary's mind. Lee described Hollingshead as a very witty, and the pot-bellied Brit eventually convinced doubters Alpert and Metzner, along with other Harvard associates, to sample the acid from his mayonnaise jar. Soon after, they started using LSD as part of their research. This fell in line with the CIA MK Ultra goals regarding LSD. The United States Senate Church Committee would eventually investigate and push a little-known report detailing MK Ultra. It stated that one goal of MK Ultra was to manipulate foreign leaders after dosing them with LSD. The Senate Select Committee's report cited a memorandum from the Director of Security saying artichoke restatement of program. It stated that the CIA was using LSD in order to develop means for the control of the activities and mental capacities of individuals, whether willing or not. This source also cited the use of LSD on unwitting Americans. This and other evidence indicates MK Ultra similarly working against American cultural and political leaders at the time. Through Timothy Leary, Hollingshead met top jazz artists such as white trumpet player Maynard Ferguson. Hollingshead smoked a joint with Ferguson and his wife and told them about acid. By the end of the night, Hollingshead had the Fergusons sampling his mayonnaise jar supply. In an interview later in life, Leary admitted that within a year of his first acid trip, quote, "I was working as an intelligence agent since 1962. I was a witting agent of the CIA."
Wow.
Anthony, if you want to trip for 3 days, you can either just take a shitload of acid and trip for 3 days or possibly the rest of your life, or you can just smoke a shitload of meth, and that'll keep you up for 3 days or possibly a week, depending on how much you have. Yeah, you'll be seeing shadow people and all sorts of weird shit. So have fun, Anthony. We're such a bad influence on you.
Wow. Well, you know, one thing that I think also, it's almost like, you know, I grew up in the 90s, the war on drugs era. You know, I mean, with the 80s was the most intense part of the war on drugs. But, you know, I was a kid in the 90s in Ohio. And I remember that, like, the don't do drugs propaganda was so stupid that it almost helped the drug culture. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, dude, I have to agree, dude. All that don't do drug shit, dude, I just laughed at it when I was a kid. Like, even when I was a little kid, dude, I used to think that shit was hilarious.
The teachers know they were doing it.
It wasn't even that. I just found, like, all the propaganda against it. Like, every time I saw an anti-drug commercial, it would just make me want to do drugs more, dude.
That's why you don't see it no more.
Yeah, it just got me interested. It's like, well, I wasn't even thinking about smoking weed till you guys told me not to. You know? It might just be the contrarian in me. I remember when I was a kid, they used to have this one commercial called the Drugged Up Bugs. Hold on, see if I can find it. Oh, this is one dude. Dude, here it is. It's here. Hold on. I used to watch this commercial. It used to always make me laugh, dude. Tell me if you guys have seen this shit. If anyone's seen this shit.
B-ball. Just hanging on the court playing B-ball. When these drugged up bugs came out from behind the wall, they said, "You're no good. We're the best in this neighborhood." With no delay, the game got underway. The drugged up bugs were too high to play. They couldn't even hold the ball. Couldn't pass, couldn't shoot, couldn't score at all. Couldn't find the paint. In school they thought they was cool, but now they ain't. That's the buzzer. Time to quit. Home B's 100. Drug bugs zip. The lesson here is so plain to see. Drug free is the way to be.
You see, I bet you when they made that commercial, they're like, all right, yeah, we're gonna get all the kids straight edge and saying no to drugs, woohoo. But to a nigga like me, dude, I'm just like, man, what were those guys on? They didn't even wanna play basketball. They must be feeling good. Give me some of that. Fuck basketball. It was funny, dude. When I was a kid, my brother used to smoke weed all the time, and I didn't really know what that smell was, but I became familiar with it. I just knew that, I knew my brother had asthma, but he smoked a lot of cigars. That's all I knew. I knew something didn't add up. I'm like, man, so my brother's got bad asthma, but he sure does smoke a lot of cigars. But as a kid, I wasn't even about that shit. And I see commercials like this, I would just laugh, dude. It didn't make me want to not do drugs. But yeah, where were we? Shit. Oh, they were over here.
Dare to resist or whatever.
Oh yeah, we had Dare. Police officers came in and showed us videos, and and they were just so stupid, and they were pushing mass incarceration at the time, right? So it was like a 1-2 punch. Like you push drugs everywhere, right? And then you push mass incarceration and the war on drugs, and it's like they both kind of walked hand in hand in this weird way, right? You put drugs everywhere, then you make everyone scared of drugs, right? And they both serve the ruling class. Can you talk about that, Sam?
Yeah, I think it's definitely true, because especially at that time period in the 80s, we of course have to talk about the Contras, right? From Nicaragua, who my family in Honduras, my dad, he's actually from the city that borders Nicaragua called Choluteca, which is the base of where the U.S. imperialists were training the Contras.
Gray Walker, you don't like to drink when you're on? I either have to drink or be smoking something when I'm on acid. I hate doing acid, just the acid and nothing else. I start getting real, just anxious and shit. I either have to be high or a little bit buzzed. But I wouldn't do it on speed, though. Fuck that. Fuck that, dude. Holy shit.
Because it's like a 20-minute drive from Nicaragua. And so that's where they trained them. And my father's side of the family was able to see all of the Contra activities in that area. And of course, a big part of that was drugs, bringing in drugs, not just cocaine, but also opium, heroin, and a lot of drugs. And what's interesting is that there's also, me personally, I'm not religious, but I think I tend to side in Central America with the Roman Catholic Church that tends to be more progressive. And it's interesting because a lot of Catholic socialists in Nicaragua and Honduras at the time were speaking about...
Damn, dude. You're on acid and that Heisenberg? And salute you, man. Hopefully nobody got hurt.
The satanic nature of the Contra.
I've had homies just freak the fuck out on acid. Some people are chill on the shit, or some people don't trip that hard, but other people, whatever world they've entered, it's just like hell, and there's nothing but chaos there. And there's just no consoling them. So, depends on the person.
Because of the drug use, not only because of the effects of the drugs, but also from where they came from. Let's not forget that the Nazis, who were experimenting with the stuff a long time ago, were really obsessed with the occult. Were really obsessed with alchemy and the idea of controlling people with potions and magic and spells. And so a lot of Catholic socialists at the time in Nicaragua were speaking out against the Contras as bringing these spells like witchcraft, and oppressing people, because it completely devastated the region. I mean, you talk to people from Central America, before, who were alive to see how it was before the 80s and after, and it was completely night and day. And in a sense, there's kind of...
So you got the trick is to distract them if it's a bad trip and just trick them into seeing beauty. That could work. When I trip, I like to just be like watching TV or like just watching YouTube, just doing something mellow. And like the last trip, I was tripping balls, like harder than I'd ever tripped before, right? But the weird part was the world around me. It only got kind of crazy when I tried to leave my homie's pad. I got to the corner and I was in fucking Neverland, Wonderland, whatever the fuck you want to call it, Narnia. And I was like, fuck this. Turned my black ass around, went right back to the homie's pad. But I wasn't tripping too hard, except for it was a very abnormal trip, because usually I do just see all sorts of shit. But I was tripping the hardest I'd ever tripped, and I was only seeing weird shit on like YouTube and my phone. When I looked around at my homies, they were completely fucking normal. But I look at my phone and I watch like old videos I'd seen a million times before, and suddenly all the characters were replaced with demons and witches and shit. And it wasn't really making me freak out, because I'm just kind of dark already like that. Like demons and shit don't bother me. I was like, what? How come that mother just sacrificed her daughter to the devil? And my homies would look at me and be like, that didn't happen. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like, oh, I guess I saw a different commercial. Carry on. It was like that. So it got weird, but yeah, that was like the last time I did it.
Kind of like this satanic element to drugs that in a spiritual level that I think is really interesting. And I think that like the media, like, and that's kind of like what this book talks about, is that the people who were speaking out against drugs were portrayed as like conservative and uptight, and like, oh, they're so, hard and they're closed-minded. Just open up your mind, take some drugs, relax. And that psychological switch, when you talk about Zbigniew Brzezinski and his ability to rebrand imperialism, his ability to brand the imperialists as progressive, as hippies, that was such a key part of that. Because then, that's how they were able to destroy so many movements. And even, in the 80s, like, there was unfortunately some movements on the left that were forced into getting involved with drug trade as well. Unfortunately, some people who were, kicked out of certain leftist groups in Latin America, they were getting involved with that. And it's just insane, because the 80s, you talk about like drugs and capitalism, it's all connected at that time period.
All these people who want to give a body count to communism, right? So look at Latin America before the 80s and look at it now, right? Central America, Mexico, South America, and who created the drug narco apparatus, right? I mean, that was largely the work of the CIA and Western capitalism, right? Now you look at Honduras today, you look at Guatemala today, you look at how many lives have been destroyed. If they were going to do that thing where every person who ever died in the Soviet Union is personally Stalin's fault, if you were going to add up a body count, for how many people Western capitalism, the United States, killed by creating the drug wars in South and Central America, it would be in the millions, right? I mean, many millions, wouldn't you say?
Oh, definitely. Countless amounts of people. And it's insane, because that never gets talked about. And it's something that to this day still affects people, the drug trade, the promotion of drugs, and it's just really insane. There's this other section,
man-made famine, right? I mean, right. This is a Holocaust, basically. I mean, when they find dead bodies every day along the U.S. border, right? You know what I'm saying? Of people trying to flee from this narco chaos. I mean, this is a Holocaust created by Western capitalism and imperialism, by reducing countries throughout Central America to chaos with drugs, right? I mean, this is it's like, I'm sorry, but if you're gonna blame Stalin for every death in the Ukraine in the 1930s, look at what the Western capitalists have done, and it hasn't stopped. They're still doing it, right? And I mean, we hand over weapons to the Mexican police, and then like half those weapons end up in the hands of the drug cartels. I mean, this is for real, right? This is.
Yep. Fucking the cartels have only gotten more and more powerful through the drug war and all that shit. So the drug war isn't working, at least not for, for the common people. It's working for the cartels and, to a lesser extent, or maybe the same extent, like maybe the alcohol companies and big tobacco. And just a handful of politicians. But I was watching the OG Shadow vid today, dude. Some cartel sicarios just walked into a diner with their guns, just kidnapped some people, walked out. Like nothing, dude. Just like that's life in Mexico now. The cartels they just run it. And eventually it's a problem we're gonna have to deal with. And not to sound fancy, but I wrote a comic about it called Quincey and the Dames, where basically the cartels become their own super gang. It's far in the future, but like you get the idea. So if you want to check that out, I think I left the link in the description. I don't know.
This is real stuff going on here. This is a crime of capitalism.
That's exactly right. And drugs are, such a big part of that. And there's this other chapter here, chapter 8. It's called CIA Acid Fest Counter Protest, talking about going back to the theme of the synthetic drugs used to create a synthetic left and control it. I think there's this excerpt here that might be interesting to you, Caleb. A top CIA-connected think tank, the RAND Corporation, headquartered in Santa Monica, California, played a crucial role in designing strategies for counter-revolution and pacification, both in Vietnam.
There are a lot of things in life we want but can't.
Hold on, Anthony. I got that video for you. This is the one. Let this ad play so we can pay OG Shadow much respect. See the guys just walking into the restaurant. I don't know whether they got beef with these guys or whether they were enemies or what, but they just pluck them out. I'll start over. Wow. So yeah, I wasn't counting, but yeah, they took out like what, 4 or 5 people? It was at least 4. And those poor bastards over there can't do anything but fucking shiver and huddle next to their table and hope they're not plucked next. And they probably were, to be honest.
And against anti-war Americans. A 1962 RAND report revealed that LSD could lead those in left-wing organizations to, quote, resign or become inactive. Evidence shows...
Yeah, Anthony, I totally buy that the CIA and the cartels are probably very deeply linked. The CIA, they've got no problem propping up every other terrorist organization in the Middle East. So there's no reason to believe they're not doing the same shit in fucking Mexico. Obama already got caught selling these fuckers guns. We already know that they're selling us drugs by the fucking the kilos and shit. So, it's a dirty game, man.
Shows that the CIA's MK Ultra operations first dosed various leaders in politics and the arts, then had their media assets spotlight these leaders in a sophisticated way to make them well-known countercultural figures. They often coupled them with undercover agents and propaganda campaigns to promote LSD to leftists. In February of 1965, President Lyndon Johnson initiated Operation Flaming Dart, a major expansion of U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War. It included the bombing of North Vietnam as well as the first use of U.S. ground troops to fight the Viet Cong. The Students for a Democratic Society at the University of Michigan held the first anti-war teach-in, and other SDS chapters began to follow suit. In October of 1965, UC Berkeley students led by free speech veteran organizers, including Jerry Rubin, Mike Rossman, held one of the nation's largest events at an all-day teach-in to protest the Vietnam War. Throughout the next 14 months, Berkeley activists recruited more and more anti-war protesters for rallies and campus strikes. Berkeley students inspired other students' actions nationwide. Many students joined SDS. By October of 1965, SDS had grown into a massive organization of leftist students with 10,000 members and chapters in 89 schools. By the end of
let me interrupt.
Yeah.
Who were among those protesters? The parents of Kamala Harris. That's where they met at the protest. Yes, yes.
I haven't gotten to that part of your book.
yeah, but keep reading.
Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know that. By the end of
That's a fun fact.
that school year, it added 5,000 more members and nearly doubled its chapters to 172 schools. The psychological handling of writer Ken Kesey to lead youth to acid went astray.
Now, from what I can gather, Kamala's parents are actually like okay. You know, she seems like the only piece of shit in her family. Then they basically like disown her at the beginning of her run. They'll probably get over it now. Now that she's fucking vice president, they'll probably run back into her arms. Or I don't know, maybe they'll have integrity and still tell her to fuck off. Who knows?
When Kesey urged people to, quote, graduate
I think it was mainly her dad. I can't really speak on her mom, though.
From LSD. By the end of 1966, Kesey, seen as the figurehead of the acid test, moved from California and the UC Berkeley area to Oregon. Ken Babbs and other pranksters moved with Kesey. They eventually changed Kesey's mind about stopping acid and urging others to stop using it. They would also promote acid in their Dayglow bus events, such as Woodstock. While some of the pranksters moved in with him, a few key people involved in the acid test stayed in the San Francisco Bay Area. These included top LSD trafficker Owsley Stanley and chemist Tim Scully. Within a year, these two and their cohorts had vastly expanded the size of the acid test. While Owsley had manufactured a lot of acid before the mid-1960s, with Scully he set up a large LSD laboratory in Richmond, California in the spring of 1966. Top MK Ultra scientists attended Owsley's acid test parties. Also, former Grateful Dead manager and advisor Hank Harrison said Owsley and Scully worked with William Mellon Hitchcock by 1965. This and other evidence suggests that Owsley was working undercover for the CIA and helping set up acid tests as LSD promotion events for MK Ultra in a way that would make LSD production appear as, quote, a grassroots phenomena. Owsley had a network of acid dealers who helped expand San Francisco's LSD scene. Alan Cohen dealt acid for Owsley, turned on brothers Ron and Jay fell into acid and then worked with them when they started the Psychedelic Shop. Cohen also became an editor of the Psychedelic Rangers newspaper, The Oracle. Similar to Owsley setting up acid tests with top CIA MK Ultra scientists in attendance, John Cook, a man with multiple links to U.S. intelligence, started the Psychedelic Rangers. Cook had a close relationship with his sister and brother-in-law, Alice and Roger Kent, the latter a major figure in the California Democratic Party. Cook also regularly partied with Roger's brother, Sherman Kent. Researchers Lee and Schlein said Sherman Kent headed the CIA's National Board of Estimates and served as CIA Director Allen Dulles' right-hand man during the Cold War. Cook also made the acquaintance of a number of CIA operatives while traveling in Europe. Cook's government connections were legion. During the 60s, Cook worked out of Mexico, where he met with researcher Andrija Puharich, who ran parapsychology and drug experiments for the U.S. military in the late 1950s, and Seymour Lazar, a wealthy business associate of William Mellon Hitchcock. Cook's funding sources were unknown, but they were lavish, affording him the ability to send off 6 of his psychedelic rangers to various psychedelic hotspots in North America and Europe. In 1966, sent Michael Bowen to settle in Haight-Ashbury, which is in the Bay Area, and the two maintained constant communication. Bowen helped start a psychedelic newspaper, The Oracle, in San Francisco around the time of Berkeley activism. Bowen had Oracle organizers at his house where they set up acid test type events, a love pageant rally in 1966, and then the first, quote, human being. They dubbed it a powwow, a gathering of tribes. Michael Bowen and the Oracle reportedly held the first human being in 1967 in order to, quote, psychedelicize the radical political left. If William S. Burroughs and a number of research articles are correct, they sought to do the CIA's bidding in making the radical left less competent.
Indeed. And that is so true. That is so true. And, it's interesting because, you and I have both spent our time around like some of the hardline Marxist-Leninist groups. And those groups generally didn't tolerate drug use. They had a rule against it. But even among them, there's a lot of people who are in recovery, who spent a long time, because they were in the radical movements, because they were protesting, they ended up, getting wrapped up in drugs and it damaged them. And there's a lot of people, in the organized political left, a lot of baby boomer activists who have been very badly affected by this, because everywhere you went where people were protesting for civil rights or protesting against the Vietnam War, the drug culture was there. And that was not an accident, according to what you're reading. So it's fascinating,
Yeah, it's really interesting. And in this part, they talk about SDS a little bit more, which is pretty interesting. By 1968, the U.S. military ramped up its war effort, drafting young Americans to war. Meanwhile, membership in SDS was enjoying a strong growth spurt, thanks to, in large part, to the actions of Columbia University chapter regarding the military draft. Leading SDS historian Kirkpatrick Sale wrote in his definitive history, SDS, that despite this revolution, Columbia was going through the doldrums that practically every chapter encountered at one time or another. Several of the former chapter leaders had graduated or dropped out. Drugs proved a more satisfying answer than the politics for many, and certainly less frustrating. Not only did drug use lead many away from SDS, police also arrested SDSers for weed possession, which lessened their likelihood to continue their political work and having to worry about their legal problems.
Yeah, it seems more likely that latter bit that he just said, that was like probably their main objective. Let's set these hippies up, with all these drugs and then arrest them. I don't think they really cared about doing I'm sure it was part of it, but I don't think the main issue was let's give them brain damage or whatever. It's probably just okay, let's set them up with these illegal drugs and shit, or let's make them act stupid so we could put these on Schedule 1 or whatever, and then we could persecute them.
Columbia SDS leadership broke into two groups regarding the way it approached activism. One side was referred to as the Praxis Axis, as it revolved around the Praxis theoretical paper insert as part of the national SDS newspaper New Left and Notes. Ted Kapchuk, Ted Gold, and Dave Gilbert led this more theoretically oriented Praxis Axis, which emphasized writing and debating leftist political theory to educate others. Mark Rudd and John Jacobs led the other group, labeled the Action Faction, that sought more often to put theory into action. Kirkpatrick Sale said this kind of split happened in SDS chapters nationwide. The Action Faction picketed and then held a sit-in to protest Dow Chemical Company recruiters. Dow manufactured incendiary jellied gasoline, napalm, dropped on vast swaths of Vietnam. The faction also threw a meringue pie in the face of a recruiting officer who came to promote the military to students. By late March of 1968, Rudd led 100 people through the Roman pillars of the university's low library administration. They delivered a petition against the school's involvement with the Institute for Defense Analysis. Columbia placed Rudd, Jacobs, Gold, and 3 other SDS leaders on probation for that action. The Action Faction of SDS then outvoted the Praxis Axis for a rally and march to the president's office opposing the probation of 6 SDS leaders with a contingency plan that few took seriously to occupy and blockade the office. This SDS action on April 23rd sparked an unprecedented anti-war rally. This uprising gained particular significance because New York was the media capital of the world. Reporters and photographers sent images of the strike around the country and the world that effectively inspired other student protests. And then they talk about Berkeley activism as well with SDS, and how basically SDS leaders were battling with psychedelics. They talk about this publication called Seed, which is linked to U.S. intelligence. They talk about New Left Notes. This lawyer named Bernardine Dorn, who says gravitated toward the psychedelic hippie scene, but it didn't yet appear to affect her competence. She worked with Martin Luther King Jr. in the mid-1960s, organizing students around both anti-war activities and civil rights. And then basically it goes into how she took LSD and it basically kind of ruined her life. And
Bernadine Dorn, she ended up becoming the weather, leader of the weather. Yeah. I mean, and she's married to Bill Ayers. That's fascinating. And it's also interesting, you talked about Columbia, the Praxis Axis versus the Action Faction, right? And the Action Faction was led by Mark Rudd, who was, eventually became a Weather Underground, terrorist, whereas the Praxis Axis was around the Progressive Labor Party and such. And then from my understanding, those labels were actually invented. Those two names were given to the two groups by Lynn Marcus. And Lynn Marcus was somebody who was giving classes near Columbia University, like Marxism classes, in an apartment. He would rent an apartment and fill the apartment with students who would come and listen to his Marxism lectures. And they eventually formed the SDS Labor Committee. Lynn Marcus, his actual legal name is Lyndon LaRouche, and that's where the LaRouche movement comes out of. They also come out of Columbia. They were the SDS Labor Committee that was neither for the Praxis Axis or the Action Faction, but gave that label to both groups. So that was pretty definitive, what happened at Columbia. It was similar, though, to what was happening at Berkeley. There's a very good documentary, Berkeley in the 60s, which talks about that. And Bob Avakian comes out of Berkeley. And the ISO, the International Socialist Organization, they came out of Berkeley. They were the independent socialist clubs of Berkeley. And this is just the New Left. This is New Left history. And it's the remnants of this that is what's calling itself communist in the United States right now. And it's so damaged by so much, And I spent a long time thinking that if we could just learn from what these folks from the 60s, knew, we could build something effective now, only to realize that what they built was a very, very ineffective thing that was, influenced by all kinds of CIA manipulation. And that we're living in very, very different times. There was a booming economy in the 1960s, for example. The economy was really, really good in the 1960s. The post-war economic expansion didn't really end until 1971 or 73, some people say. So because of that, the economy was so good, average Americans didn't want anything to do with communists or activists, right? And so the left kind of learned to function in these little kind of isolated spaces, the counterculture, et cetera. And there's only so much we can learn from that era because of that.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. And I think it's just, this book, your work about the synthetic left, has opened my eyes to the reality of what real leftism is, especially around the world, because in the U.S., people, I think that's the reason why so many people in the U.S. gravitate toward the right, because they see the right wing as being clean, organized, about hard work, about improving yourself, keeping yourself, clean and healthy. And the left has been associated with that synthetic left that you talk about, this hippie nonsense, not showering, taking drugs, and not believing in objective reality and objective truth. And the Ben Shapiro phrase, facts don't care about your feelings, that just encapsulates how the right wing has been able to hijack real socialism and leftism. Because as revolutionaries, we believe in objective truth, we believe in reality. And the left has come to be associated with radical relativism. And I think that these synthetic drugs have played such a big part in that, in rebranding leftists as these hippies and people who don't get anything done. And that's why a lot of, especially older folks, tend to be turned off by that. And it's just fascinating to see. There's so much more in this book. They go into
before you go there, though, I think what you're raising is very important, because it raises the question of what does freedom really mean?
Yeah,
because it's very interesting. The studies, I've often talked about this, but this concept of behaviorism, right? So William F. Skinner is the father of behaviorism, and he's out of Harvard or wherever. He's this very famous American psychologist, and he's studying how do you control people, basically, how do you manipulate people's behavior. And he discovers that the least effective method for controlling someone's behavior is to punish them. Because if you just punish somebody, they will just feel like they've been unfairly punished, right? And that no matter what, when you punish somebody, people will often just find a way to be a victim when you punish them, right? Because they're a victim, right? You punished me, I'm a victim, you're being cruel by punishing me, and people can just whatever. Whereas, if you reward someone, right? People do not, they do not respond negatively to rewards. No, if you get a reward, you never go, oh, I didn't deserve it. You're trying to manipulate. No, I mean, everyone takes a reward, right? So it's far more effective to manipulate people by rewarding them rather than by punishing them, right? However, what you can learn to do is you reward, but you stop the reward, right? And then all of a sudden the person's like, oh, why am I not getting the reward anymore? What do I need to do to start getting the reward again? Right? And what that is very similar to how drug addiction works, right? The person, they're getting high. Suddenly they can't get high anymore. So how do I change my behavior so I can get high again? Right? And it's the work on behaviorism. How do you manipulate people? It's basically how do you turn people into addicts, right? And when you set up a system where you're punishing people, that seems very authoritarian. But in a way, you're asserting less control over them. It's less effective, right? A person can maintain their intellectual freedom while being punished. They can say, you know what, you are wrong, I am a victim, and whereas somebody who has become addicted to the reward and becomes manipulated in that way loses their psychological freedom, right? So you talked about Satan and mind control and all of that. That's essentially kind of what's going on here, right? And the weird thing is, throughout the history of human civilization, you can talk about European civilization, you can talk about Christianity. I mean, what is the symbol of Christianity, right? It's a man dying on a cross in this painful way, taking like the most horrendous punishment, for his principles, right? And that's what it meant to be a hero. Joan of Arc is considered to be a great hero, right? She refused, she wore men's clothes, she led soldiers into battle, so she's burned at the stake. She's a great hero, right? And the great heroes, you talk about Braveheart, right? The movie Braveheart, where he's like, having his guts pulled out, and he shouts, freedom! That the hero is one who will stand by their principles and endure horrendous suffering. That's how one becomes heroic, right? But if one is manipulated, not with the threat of punishment, but with this kind of manipulation through reward, right? That they lose their ability to be heroic, right? They lose their kind of psychological strength, and they become kind of manipulated and just kind of a weak person that's kind of chasing after the next reward. Can I get the reward next? Can I get the reward next? And it really kind of shows that it raises the question of what is freedom. You think of a society where people are walking around terrified of being punished. Well, they're not free, right? But if you have a society where everyone's just being psychologically programmed with rewards, which is kind of what Brave New World and Aldous Huxley is kind of talking about, right? Are they more free or not, right? That raises the question. And that a lot of the older, notions that we have about, honor and sacrifice and all of that get kind of taken away when you have a society where people are instead being socially engineered and programmed. It's very fascinating to think about what is freedom.
It reminds me a lot about social media.
Yeah, that's a good point he brings up. When you manipulate people through reward, you're more likely to influence their behavior. So it's kind of like they think they're making the choice, but ultimately they don't realize it, but they've kind of lost their free will. When you enslave people to a capitalist system where they need currency in order to live or thrive, party, fuck or whatever, they're going to do what they think they need to do in order to thrive in that capitalist system. So he brings up the question, well, what is free will at that point? You have the freedom to decide how you make the capital, I guess, but you don't really have the freedom to decide whether you want to participate in the system, not ultimately.
When you were talking about rewards, it's like every time you log into Facebook or Instagram and you get that like or that share, you get like a little dopamine hit that kind of like sets you off. And it's interesting to see interviews with engineers, social media engineers, how they designed it very similar to like a casino, to like a slot machine. Every time, you get, you win something, that like a little piece of dopamine gets hit. And it's really sad as well to see its effect on older generations. Like my family, my aunts and uncles, my parents, like they're on Facebook like the whole day, and it's interesting. And then like kind of like people who are around our age tend to be more on Instagram.
It's not random. The algorithms decide what they want to reward for and what they don't. And in a way, it's a very, very effective means of social engineering, right? I mean, not just a means of surveillance, right? Because you're posting everything on there. They know where you are exactly. But also a means of programming you, right? Some things get likes, some things don't, And that is kind of the similar thing, right? And that this is what the managerial bourgeoisie is all about. How do we program society, right, to fit our agenda? And if you look at the agenda of the Rockefellers, you look at the agenda of Silicon Valley, they want to reduce the human population, they want to reduce the level of consumption in society, right? And they want to overthrow all the anti-imperialist states, right? And they want to immerse the United States into a global economy where everyone's living standards are gradually.
It's funny he brings up the Silicon Valley, that their ultimate goal is to reduce the human population and to lower consumption or whatever, as if we're low on resources or whatever. But I just saw a video by Lee Camp today that talked about how our government is actually subsidizing farmers to produce more milk, and it's gotten to the point where the farmers are actually producing excess milk. So what they do is they turn all that excess milk into cheese, but now they just have excess cheese. So what they do with that excess cheese is they donate it to homeless people who need it. I'm just kidding. They throw it in a landfill. They throw it in a landfill for it to rot away, where it's not enjoyed or used by anyone. Good video by Lee Camp. I saw today. So it's not like we're even running out of like food to feed people. The capitalist system right now just doesn't allow for common sense redistribution of resources. I'm of the opinion now, I haven't always been this way, but yeah, I am of the opinion now that there's not really a dearth of resources on Earth. We don't even know how much oil there is in the planet ultimately. It could be enough to keep us powered for fucking millennia. Theoretically, we don't know how deep the fucking Earth goes. Not that there aren't more efficient ways to power things, but just as an example, we don't even need to be stealing fucking oil from these other countries. It's asinine. This illusion of scarcity is just out of fucking control. But I want to hear him finish this
going
vid.
down, and the rule of big oil companies and banks is just kind of secured globally. Whereas Trump and the lower levels of American capital, they're just selfish. They just want to make profits. They don't care. They just want to make profits, right? They're selfish, and they're racist, and they're sexist, and they're awful, but they just want to make profits, right? And so it's like as we head to this election, right? Which do you want? Do you want that managerial evil that really knows what it's doing and has a really effective plan to do it, or do you just want this stupid, racist, awful, traditionally authoritarian evil? Right, that's all about cops and prison. I mean, and it's like, at the end of the day, neither. I don't want either of those things, But that's kind of what we're dealing with, and this drug, debate kind of shows it, right? And at the end of the day, right? I mean, they've got it both ways. They've got the prisons and the mass incarceration and the stupid DARE programs. I hated DARE. Yeah. I would open the encyclopedia and it would say that marijuana is not chemically addictive, which it's not, right? It's not, right? And I remember that, and I would raise my hand in the class, and I'd say, marijuana is not chemically addictive. And they would say, well, yeah, but it's psychologically addictive. And I would say, well, a lot of things are psychologically addictive. I don't advocate using marijuana. I think it can do long-term damage to one's memory, what was I talking about again? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a good substance to do, but in terms of it's not heroin, right? I mean, you don't get addicted to it. But when they distort that, when they lie, I would get very angry. And the other thing is that, I think one can be for legalizing drugs, which I'm for. I think drugs should be legal, and not be in favor of using them, right? And that is not often understood, right? That when I was in school, I would want to write a paper. I was told many times I was not allowed to write a paper about advocating the legalization of drugs. And I would say, I'm not for using drugs. I just think that we shouldn't be locking people in jail for it. No. You can't write this paper. We're not allowed to discuss legalization. And
yeah, Anthony, I'm not like for just rampant, population going out of control. Just everybody just dropping babies willy-nilly. I don't think it's as big an issue because I think nature's kind of naturally curbing that shit, especially as we become more intelligent, we just have less babies. That seems to be the trend for the most part. So there are ways to get around, the doom of overpopulation or the dread of it or whatever. But ultimately, if we'd actually, taken the time to solve the planet's real problems, we could focus on population and it probably wouldn't be as big of a threat. I think overpopulation is definitely a threat now because I think we as a species, we're just not mentally, or maybe I should just say we're not politically equipped to deal with it. I think politics is getting in the way of that, a lot of that shit.
And no, I'm in favor of legalizing drugs. People shouldn't be in jail for using them. They should have treatment. They should have community services should be available, but they shouldn't be locked up. But that doesn't mean we should embrace them as a movement and say that, smoking weed or doing drugs or getting high on different substances or hallucinate. We shouldn't say that's a good thing, right? That there is nuance in all of this, right? And there are some people that are going to see this video. I know people that are going to see this video, Caleb and Ramiro, drugs is weapon against us. They're going to roll their eyes and they're going to think of the DARE, cop who came into their class and said dumb things. I remember like the police officer who came to my school for DARE. Like one of the things he said is, why would anyone want to take LSD? You see things that aren't there. Like, just like ignorant, right. So it's like that anti-drug stuff is so stupid, right? That it makes people then deflect to, you know what I'm saying? It's that kind of thinking. And there's nuance there. There's nuance in all things.
Yeah, it's kind of like reverse psychology. Like whenever you bring up DARE, the shirts, like the Dare to Resist, the first thing that people think about is mocking it. Like, people don't think of it as like, oh yeah, that's a great slogan. It's like, oh yeah, that corny slogan, and then it has like kind of the reverse effect where it's like people are like, oh, that's so like conservative and hardline, and I'm actually gonna do it. What I wanted to ask you, Caleb, kind of wrapping up, is like, what advice would you have for people, especially young people, who are overcoming addictions or drug use, who are just starting out, maybe are new to leftism, and unfortunately the circles around them are really promoting drug use. But what advice would you have for people who want to get out of that? For me personally, what helped me out is one of the books that really helped open my mind was Kim Il-sung, actually, in DPRK, talking about just like everyday life. Kim Il-sung's books are really great because he talks about everything from like super theoretical communism to just day-to-day stuff of like how a communist should act in day-to-day aspects. And, just talking about, exercising, working out, having a clear mind, being able to work and serve the people. And so for me, I think like seeing other leftists around the world, seeing their stuff helped me. But what would you say would be a good way?
I think you're really onto something there, Ramiro, because I will tell you it was a life-changing experience for me in 2013 when I went to the World Festival of Youth and Students, and I met communists not from the United States and Western Europe. When I met communists from Africa and Asia and Latin America, and they wore suits and ties, and they were, responsible politicians, and they, on the one hand, they weren't reformists. They understood Marx and Lenin up and down, backwards and forwards, but at the same time, they were not ultra-left, crazy, insane.
Grey Walker said, women have been practicing eugenics since the beginning of time. Way before humans existed. It's how we evolve. Women select their mates. That's a good point. Good point. And as far as overpopulation, they find that in the countries where you educate your women, the birth rates tend to go down for the most part. So that's also, that's one way you could deal with overpopulation. I know the right, they kind of throw a fit on that. It's like, see, it's like the left, they want humans to fizzle out or whatever. They want to educate women. I don't think that's the goal of it, though. I'm saying that's one option. But anyway, oh god, I'm getting kind of tired, so I'm gonna wrap this up. They've only got like 8 more minutes left. I assume they said most of what they need. I'm gonna leave a link to this show my sister kicked me called Midnight Gospel, and they talk about the first episode. They talk about drugs a little bit. I don't want to ruin it, but it's a good show, and I enjoyed it. I recommend checking out the other episodes, but I think they got the first episode free on YouTube. So if you got nothing else to do, go ahead and check it out. And just thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I'm fucking tired, so I'm gonna hit the hay. And yeah, I only got a little stone today. Just a teensy bit. Don't hate me. It makes sense, the term chicken head. Yeah, you guys are right. But yeah, if you're bored, go ahead, check out that link, because I'm about to sign off. So, let me see. Alright, Karen, you're welcome. The pleasure's all mine. Obviously, Grey Walker, Anthony. Who the fuck else is here? Scuffed. Anybody lurking, I love you too. Ain't nothing wrong with lurking. But yeah. Alright, it's Vicious E. Signing off. I'll let Thug Baby Yoda say goodbye too. He's here. He was tired today, didn't feel like streaming. Alright, so peace out. May the force be with you. Peace.